Greetings and Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the third ASEAN University Network AUN Technology Enhanced Personalized Learning Symposium. Today's symposium is brought to you by AUN-TEPL Thematic Network, streaming live from the Academic Development Center, ADAC, at Universiti Malaya in Malaysia. My name is Amira Firdaus, and I will be your moderator for the day. A very good morning and welcome to colleagues and friends across ASEAN, Singapore, Thailand, Brunei, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos. And also welcome to our friends joining all the way from Japan and the United Kingdom, and not forgetting participants from across Malaysia. It is now time that we're going to begin our symposium shortly. But before that, let me just say that we are streaming live via Zoom and also via our YouTube channel, ADEC Universiti Malaya. That's ADEC, ADEC, Universiti Malaya. We've enabled both chat in YouTube and in Zoom, so you can feel free to post questions and interact. But before that, let's go through some housekeeping announcements to ensure we enjoy a smooth running symposium today. Firstly, check that you have a stable internet connection. Kindly rename your username in Zoom by typing first your institution and then your name. You can see the example from my own username, UM-Amira. Please keep yourself muted and unmute only when you wish to speak. And get yourself a nice cup of coffee or tea to enjoy during the symposium. We will start shortly. And in the meantime, as you enjoy your coffee or tea, do browse our symposium website at auntepl.um.edu.my, or you can simply Google AUN-TEPL Symposium, where you'll find our program abstracts and speaker bios. It is now 9:37 a.m. in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and we will see you shortly. Once again, a very good morning to all distinguished guests, presenters, and viewers. Welcome to the third ASEAN University Network Technology Enhanced Personalized Learning Symposium, also known as the third AUN-TEPL Symposium. The AUN-TEPL thematic network under the ASEAN University Network, AUN, was established in 2019 to foster collaboration among...
Oh my God. I think only our ID can match this kind of voice. What do you think?
ID? Oh.
The AUN thematic network under the ASEAN University Network, AUN, was established in 2019 to foster collaboration amongst AUN members, with the aim of improving student success through technology-enhanced personalized learning. Since the inaugural AUN-TEPL Symposium on 26 February 2020, AUN-TEPL is committed to promoting technology-enhanced personalized learning across our AUN network. As a key event of the AUN-TEPL thematic network, this annual symposium serves as a platform bringing together like-minded educators from university across the ASEAN region to share and discuss best practices in the use of technology to support personalized learning. University Malaya is honored to be the organizer for the third AUN-TEPL Symposium, along with co-organizers Singapore Management University and Mahidol University. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to formally open our symposium today and deliver the symposium opening address, it is my pleasure to welcome the Vice-Chancellor of Universiti Malaya, Professor Dr. Engineer Muhammad Hamdi Abdul Syukur.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. Keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Zoraini Wati, forum panelists, Associate Professor Dr. Leven from SMU, Assistant Professor Dr. Nepal from Mahidol University, Associate Professor Dr. Faradina Yusuf from Universiti Malaya, moderators, presenters, ASEAN University Network colleagues. Alhamdulillah, all praise and glory be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is His blessing and guidance that we are gathered in today's virtual conference. It gives me great pleasure to deliver the opening address for the third ASEAN University Network Technology Enhanced Personalized Learning AUN-TEPL Symposium. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, personalized learning has made its way to our doorsteps and has since produced a more enhanced teaching and learning experience. Unlike the more traditional learning method, personalized learning provides learning alternatives as an approach of fostering individual students' learning capacity. The pedagogy generally practiced in today's teaching and learning is the design and creation of study plans that are consistent with individual students' interests, skills, and aptitude. Personalized learning is important in understanding the differences between each student as an individual, demographically, geographically, and economically, and catering to their different needs. Although personalized learning seems to be a new approach to learning, especially in Malaysia, it has been practiced earlier in other parts of the world. In the 1980s, Benjamin Bloom, the founder of the Bloom taxonomy, inspired educators to replicate the effectiveness of one-to-one or small group tutoring to a much bigger scale, which seems to be achieved through technological advancements in education. Technology-enhanced personalized learning, TEPL, is about supporting students who are at risk and struggling, as well as challenging and engaging students who are doing well with technology-mediated approaches. It has been identified as one of the emerging fields likely to have a major impact on teaching and learning in schools in the near future. The need for TEPL is accentuated when pandemic COVID-19 hits the world, closing most educational institutions and forcing students and teachers to carry out their lessons fully online. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in Universiti Malaya, the sustained use of the Spectrum Learning Management System, LMS, provide the basis of technology-enhanced personalized learning environment for students where they are able to access learning resources at their own pace. We admit that there are still room for improvement to enable true personalized learning to take place, and this will take a concerted effort of all campus community members. The educators will need to be trained to design personalized learning experiences for their courses with pathways to both support and challenge students, creating context for personalized learning, and defining the content that will be most impactful for personalization. We also will need to be empowering students to have the competency and the confidence to drive a student-led approach to learning, personalized to their self-development in the area of their choosing. Part of the effort to allow this to happen is the offering of student holistic empowerment courses, what we call as SHE courses, where students can choose from a series of wide-ranging self-development courses in critical areas such as sustainability, data science, and well-being. The teaching design for these courses is based on innovative learning approaches where personalization can take place. UM is also piloting several initiatives with MOOCs and micro-credentials, remote learning, open and distance learning, and course buffet, all in support of technology-enhanced personalized learning, TEPL. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to acknowledge that Universiti Malaya embraces the same aims and values with our symposium today. We all want to give learners ability to make choice on what, when, how, and where to learn. Learners involved in designing own learning process. Learners set own learning goals. Enables reflective process. Flexible, can learn outside the traditional classroom, for example. Therefore, it is timely and heartwarming to host this event, knowing that we can share so much knowledge and practice among us all. This pandemic forces us to change our perspective towards the use of personalized learning pedagogies in our teaching and learning, realizing the importance in addressing students' individual differences and needs. We should not only work on TPL in terms of transitioning from physical to online class, but also to learn the art of classroom management and content delivery in a personalized manner. Undeniably, such practice will help us in becoming a nurturing academic community and creating a better learning environment for students. Some of us may think that the one-size-fits-all model of delivering learning to our students may be the fair way, if not the easy way. However, ladies and gentlemen, fairness is in putting something in its place. Thus, we may want to think of our options. If traditional learning is still the fair way of knowledge and skills delivery, considering our students are now increasingly different from each other in many ways, compared to before when only the top 1% of population of the same age group gets into higher education. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the Vice-Chancellor of Universiti Malaya, I give my strong support towards this symposium. It allows AUN universities and academics at various levels to know each other and work together in producing quality teaching and learning. I believe that the management of each university will extend its effort in providing innovative digital platforms for technology-enhanced personalized learning to continue effectively, as technology-enhanced learning is now the present and the future of higher education. Before I end my speech, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing teams from Universiti Malaya, as well as the Singapore Management University and Mahidol University, as the co-organizers of this AUN-TEPL Third Symposium. I hope all of you will leverage on this symposium as a valuable platform to share information and discuss new ideas, especially in addressing issues related to technology-enhanced personalized learning. On that note, in the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most compassionate, it is now my great pleasure and privilege to declare open the ASEAN University Network Technology Enhanced Personalized Learning, AUN-TEPL Third Symposium. With that, I wish you a successful symposium and a productive day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prof. Hamdi, for your opening address and for your support for technology-enhanced personalized learning. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to invite the chairman of AUN-TEPL Thematic Network, Associate Professor Dr. Lieven de Meester, Singapore Management University. Dr. Lieven, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Amira, and thank you, University Malaya, for hosting our third symposium, and for ADEC, and thank you, ADEC, for organizing it. It's my pleasure, to address you, and what I want to do is, look back a little bit. We've been at it for 3 years now with this network, and so some of you, might have been there from the start. Some of you might be, new in joining us, and so definitely want to kind of give a little bit of an introduction as well to the network, but reflect on what we've done, and then kind of look forward, for today as well as the future. So if you just give me a second, I will share my screen to show a few slides. Hi, Amira. It says I currently cannot share my screen. Maybe if someone else is sharing, so maybe you can stop sharing. Let me try this again.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. This should work. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, that's great.
So can you see my screen right now? And I'm going to.
Dr. Lieven, we can see your screen now. Looks good.
Great. Oops, I'm trying to get to bit new to my keyboard here.
No worries, Dr. Lieven. Take your time.
Okay, great. I think this looks better. So yeah, thank you very much for being here. I wanted to kind of give a little bit of a history. This really started with, SMU has a pedagogy where we see students learning through collaborative and interactive learning, experiential learning, but also through personalized learning. And we also strongly believe that technology can play a positive role. And so it was our then provost and now president, Lily Kong, who kind of suggested that maybe we can start a regional group on the topic of technology-enhanced personalized learning. And when we then found out about the opportunity for to work with the ASEAN University Network, it was a great fit, as we thought. And we also checked that. As you can see on this slide here, we did a survey with all the 51 members of AUN-3 in 2018 to kind of gauge where they are with respect to TEPL, and if there is an interest in working together. And I think that was a resounding yes in the survey, with some initial data also where we found that LMSs were obviously a big component of what the university saw as part of TEPL. We also saw that universities were working on various ways to recommend courses to their students. They also started using learning analytics and kind of students receiving feedback, as well as students engaging in learning in computer simulated and immersive and interactive environments. So we saw a strong interest, and so that based on the survey responses, we also reached out to our current partners, University of Malaya, University of Malaya, and Mahidol University. So that's how we kind of got started. So this is who we are, and obviously the other thing that happened with our first symposium in the 27th of February 2020 was that we had to move it online, and I think you all know why that was the case. I think the network has been shaped to a degree by the pandemic. I think it's been both challenging, but also a number of opportunities emerged, and I think you'll see that from the presentations as well as my review here. So formally, we were established on the 1st of May, and so we had MOUs signed by the various universities. And we have been very pleased with the response from the ASEAN universities and beyond. And so here you can kind of see our representation of the region in the more than 800 individuals in total who have attended one of our or more of our events. Clearly we have the countries from the members from the co-leads well represented, but also a shout out to Philippines, Myanmar, and all the other countries that are attending, as Amira pointed out at the start of the conference here, of the symposium. So I think we're a great group, and we hope to make it even bigger and reach out to even more members as we continue the network. But I think we're off to a great start. So Amira already mentioned our mission, so I won't repeat it here, but I want to kind of talk a little bit about the various ways that we're hoping to do this. So we have our 3 trusts, building capacity. So I think that was important to us, is that we want to work with the various universities and actually have an impact on the TPL that's happening in the various universities through capacity building. With, of course, the symposiums and the workshops are a great medium for that. But we also want to create a platform to exchange educational tools and content. The reason for that is, one of the ways that we see technology enhance personalized learning is to give students a wide choice of digital resources that they can access to to enhance their learning. But building digital resources, as you know, takes time and effort. And so if we can share those amongst ourselves, and kind of build on the scale of the entire ASEAN university network, I think we can leverage that scale and for the benefit of our students. And so, but we do need to have a platform to do that sharing. And so I think we've made some progress there, as I'll show you in a minute. Then, we believe that there are a number of, we can kind of concentrate our efforts around a number of potentially research projects. And I'll show you one example later. But we're also looking forward to having different types of projects in which, with a very clear set of goals, to collaborate among different universities in the future. And so we hope to generate ideas for that. We're also going to have our steering committee meeting on Friday. And so we're putting together the agenda for the next 3 years. So if you have any ideas for inter-university collaborations, please feel free to contact us. I'll be sure to share the email address with you here. So to reflect a little bit on what we've done so far, and how we've been able to succeed. I think I would I attribute the success to the collaboration of the three universities here, where everybody's playing an active role, where the different co-leads have hosted symposiums over the years. We are obviously actively looking for a core group of change agents within our universities, and we are everybody is contributing, and as we move forward, we hope to further expand the contribution of other members as well, through the projects, through the exchange of digital resources, and through speakers from into the various events. So look forward to seeing your contributions there too. Then, what I wanted to reflect on as well is a little bit, the themes that are emerging. We started out by identifying, three themes that we think, or we thought were going to be important that kind of reflect the role of technology in personalized learning. And we didn't reinvent the wheel there. We were looking at a research clearinghouse called What Works. They have a number of practice guides, and so one of them was about use of technology for tertiary education. And so one of the three or themes that were backed up by research, meaning there was already strong evidence that these had positive impacts on student outcomes, and were clearly in the realm of technology enhanced personalized learning, were these the three themes that you see here. So you have the use of very personalized and readily available digital resources, the use of technology to model and foster self-regulated learning strategies, where I would even include learning management systems. I think that was kind of one of my learning points as well, is that the LMSs actually play a very strong role there. And then the third theme, using technology to provide timely and targeted feedback. And I think that's something that's clear as well, or that became clear to me is when I looked at personalized learning, is that it is about choices that you give students, but it's also about giving them feedback, because that's when their learning becomes tailored to their own abilities, their own learning paths, and their own needs. And so that's why you see that third element there as an important one too. So in terms of the activities that we've done so far, this is our third symposium, but we've also had a webinar series with a number of speakers that many of you attended. So we hope to continue that as well. And what I did just yesterday was to kind of take a look at all the topics, and I hope your screen is big enough to see this. But we'll definitely share the slides later as well. But so to look at all the topics of the sessions that we've had so far in the symposia, in the webinar series, and to see kind of what kind of what kind of themes are emerging. And so definitely, not surprisingly, we did find feedback as an important component. Learning analytics came out strongly as well, and you heard that in the opening address. As well is strong potential for identifying weaker students and intervening. Clearly, open educational resources. That's the varied digital resources that we hope to provide to our students. Self-regulated learning, digital competencies. What you saw or what we found was that in order to make this happen, we need to train the faculty. There's a lot of new elements for faculty, for instructors. And so that's definitely a theme that's emerging as well. Another theme that came out of the opening address was student engagement. We are, by making learning more personalized, students become more engaged, and that will, we know that's a very strong mediator for ultimate, student learning outcomes. So you see a lot of different themes emerging there. And then, clearly, as we try to have impact, on our institutions, we see the institutional leadership as a topic for many of our, in many of our sharing sessions. So, and I hope that will continue. So I hope you can take a look at this as well and see how it might help you define technology-enhanced personalized learning in your institution. So that's kind of a summary of what we achieved in the first thrust. The second thrust is really about creating that platform for us to exchange educational tools and content. And so there we made an early decision, to not reinvent the wheel there either. And by reaching out to an organization called Merlot, and their repository, if you will, of various resources for instructors, and to create an AUN-TEPL resource sharing community within the Merlot platform. And so the advantage of Merlot is that not only do they allow you to contribute resources, but they also obviously then share it and make it available to adopters. But they also have a reviewer governance and structure to kind of make sure that the resources that are being shared, are reviewed and reviewed for their quality and therefore, increase their impact further. So, we have been able to so far sign up 120 Merlot members from AUN-TEPL University members. Some of them I think were already members of Merlot, but it's definitely that number has clearly increased. And we've also have 45 contributed resources so far, hopefully. So I think the proof of concept is there. We can hopefully further amplify that. Then finally, our thrust 3 is research and inter-university research and collaboration projects. we want to kind of at least give you an update that we've started this research project where we basically, the premise was, look, there's a lot of new technology used during the pandemic. Was any of it used for personalized learning? And we've done a number of interviews, 23 university administrators, faculty members, and academic developers. And we hope to soon share some of the findings of that research with you. So let me finalize by just inviting you to join us on our journey. If you have any innovative or best practices to share, please reach out. If you have any resources to share, please let us know, and we'll connect you with the Merlot platform. Any project ideas I mentioned earlier, and you want to connect with other AUN members, please write us at this email address, auntpl@smu.edu.sg. That's our email address, and so you can also connect to us via the website as well. Thank you very much. Back over to you, Amira.
Thank you, Dr. Levin. Thank you so much for sharing our AUN-TEPL thematic network journey. And I think that call for contributors and collaborators hopefully will bring more people into the network. So to the audience, I do hope you did manage to take note of those contacts. If you didn't, we'll post it again in the chat later. So thanks again, Dr. Levin. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and pleasure to introduce and welcome our symposium keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Zoraini Wati Abbas, with her keynote speech on developing skilled netizens for lifelong learning. Professor Zoraini is an early pioneer and champion of online learning and technology-enhanced education in Malaysia and regionally. Formerly, the Dean of the School of Distance Education at University Science Malaysia, Prof. Zoraini is currently working as a consultant for the World Bank. She was previously the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Academic and Educational Technology for 3 years at Wawasan Open University in Penang, Malaysia. From 2013 to 2015, she was at Sempurna University in Jakarta, Indonesia, where she was the founding director of the Center for Learning, Teaching, and Curriculum Development, as well as the acting vice rector for academic and student affairs. It is a true honor for the AUN-TEPL thematic network to have Prof. Zoraini as our symposium keynote speaker today. Welcome, Prof. Zoraini. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amira. It's a pleasure to be here. I wish physically, because University of Malaya was the first university I started my academic career with. But nevertheless, being online is also a very good opportunity for me to be able to share some of my ideas or perceptions about lifelong learning in particular. And at the end of my maybe about 20-minute presentation, I hope we have a good discussion, on where we should go next, with lifelong learning. Okay, let me. Okay, now I have to. All right. Please confirm that my shares are visible.
Yes, Prof. We can see your screen.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, the title that I will cover next 20 minutes is on developing skilled netizens for lifelong learning. Of course, when we talk about lifelong learning, we are talking about the use of primarily, I believe, mobile devices, in particular mobile phones, tablets, notebook computers, but more so the mobile devices, especially the smartphones. And when we talk about netizens, is of course, we are citizens in the internet or the digital environment. And what about skill? Skills, what we needed before could be different today, could be different tomorrow. So basically, pretty much, that's what the emphasis is, on my presentation. All right, apa khabar semua? and how are you today? It's quite hot in Penang. It's beginning to be very hot. I believe I heard that it was like almost 40 degrees in Perlis and Kedah up north. Well, I hope wherever you are today it's not that hot. Otherwise, we have a very good, what you call this, where we are today, yeah? In the digital world. I think it's more exciting now than before. I was at the University of Malaya when the internet was made available to the public. And that was, let's see now, about 25 years ago. And today it is so common, yeah? The time when we were persuading people to welcome internet use, to welcome email use, then, well, we've gone a long way after 25 years. And today, through the mobile devices, we can do anything and everything. And we also talk about lifelong learning today in the context where, we are able to easily or more easily provide to everyone from school-going age, even preschoolers, yeah? From the let me talk about for formal education from the primary school age all the way to senior citizens. And you've heard of University of the Third Age, yeah, for example, to cater to retirees, to pensioners who wish to continue their learning journey. And that's where we are today. All right. Next, I believe that, when we ask questions, we get the answers. And lifelong learning is one of the way. I mean, if you don't learn, you won't get answers to what you want to know about. Lately, I've been, for example, since lockdown, I've been following a few chefs or housewives who share their recipes, and that was very quick. Yeah, sometimes now 1 minute TikTok and you can learn a recipe. So and lifelong learning can also be for more serious stuff. For example, investments. For example, how to manage finances. For example, learning even about personalities, about so many things. So lifelong learning is something that we should engage in ourselves. Okay, there are three questions that we could ask ourselves as educators. What can we do to encourage lifelong learning? Maybe this is what you can start thinking about. How can your university contribute to this worthy cause? And how can lifelong learning be personalized for learners? Okay, three questions. You can start thinking about it now, and perhaps this is something that we can discuss at the end. First, let me ask you, maybe for us to also confirm, yeah, what are our beliefs and philosophy about learning and lifelong learning? I'm going to share with you 6 quotations, and just think about it, yeah, as you see them, and whether you agree with them or not. Okay, the first one: learning has no time or age restriction. All that we need is a passion for lifelong learning. Okay, do you believe in that? Do you agree with it? Okay, next one. Anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. Anyone who keeps learning stays young. Okay, Henry Ford. Agree? Next. To this end, the greatest asset of a school is the personality of the teacher. The school could be primary, the school could be higher education. All right? So do you believe that? The greatest asset is the personality of the teacher. Okay. Commit yourself to lifelong learning. The most valuable asset you'll ever have is your mind and what you put into it. From Albert Einstein. To this end, the greatest asset of a school, it's the same quotation as earlier. To this end, the greatest asset of the school is the personality of the teacher. So the same thing. The more you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go. Okay, Dr. Seuss. Okay, before I go on, we talk about lifelong learning. We talk about personalized learning, we talk about technology enhanced learning. Professor, if I can get the name correctly, Demester, yeah, Professor Demester has already said that, I mentioned something about student engagement, and I personally believe that student engagement is the thing that we need to have, yeah. The outcome of whatever we do for the student should be student, or should result in student engagement. And with student engagement, you get the students perform better. You get the students to happily complete your assignments, to be able to study well for the exams, because they have been engaged by the teacher. They have been engaged with the learning materials. They have been engaged with all the processes of learning, and they enjoy it. Yeah, because they enjoy it, they engage, and because they appreciate it, they find the learning meaningful, relevant. They will be engaged. I want to talk about something else. Okay, success factors for lifelong learning, or technology enhanced learning, or personalized learning, is basically what I have conceptualized, the Omar model. Okay, let me show, or let me share. Okay, basically, with this Omar model, unless we have these four elements, and of course there are other things, but I think it starts with these four elements. I would say that these are the success factors, yeah. And let's start with openness. Okay, if we have an open mind, our mindset will be in such a way that, some people say positive mindset, some people say open mindset, some people say the right mindset. Basically, the mindset is something that, as you know, controls our mind, and our mind in turn will control our action, our behavior, our action, our thinking, our beliefs, decisions, and so on. And when we have that right mindset, yeah, the mindset that we need, we will surely be adaptive. Yeah, doesn't matter what the conditions are. For example, the pandemic, we easily adapted if we had the right mindset. We were forced to adapt if our mindset was that, oh, this will go away soon. Yeah, but let's say, once we have the right mindset, once we have the mindset that will bring us success, we will be able to be adaptive to new situations, to new habits, to people around us, to needs, new requirements perhaps, and to playing the right kind of role. Okay, for in our case, the right role as an educator. And following this, we will be more ready to receive ready to receive new knowledge, ready to be, to upskill ourselves, to reskill ourselves, to unlearn and relearn, as they say, and also we'll be more ready, for example, to things related to the promotion of lifelong learning, to be able to be a lifelong learner ourselves, to be able to motivate students, to sell them the benefit of lifelong learning, and so on. Yeah, I know there are some adults before they graduate, and then after that they say, okay, that's it, I'm done with university, and they work, and they don't do very much what you call this new learning or reskilling, and that's not for 21st century. Yeah, agree? Yeah, okay. So that's the Omar model, and I believe, again, these are the 4 success factors that will help us get started with anything new. Okay, I think some of you already know that there's a UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, and they have in 2020 produced this report, Embracing a Culture of Lifelong Learning. What they're saying is by 2030, we should be focusing towards a major shift, and this is to create a culture of lifelong learning, by 2050, 2050. So that's 27 years, 28 years from now. And in this report, they have listed 10 critical messages to create a culture of lifelong learning. So you can read there, basically, to recognize the holistic character of lifelong learning, to promote transdisciplinary research and intersectoral collaboration for lifelong learning, to place vulnerable groups at the core of the lifelong learning agenda, establish lifelong learning as a common good, inquire greater and equitable access to learning technology, transform schools and universities into lifelong learning institutions. Notice we need to transform schools, as well as universities. So it should start at schools first. Recognize and promote the collective dimension of learning. Encourage and support local lifelong learning initiatives, including learning cities. Re-engineer and revitalize workplace learning. Recognize lifelong learning as a human right. All right. Get the book if you want to get into the discussions of this. Maybe even pick up one or two later for our discussion. But basically, UNESCO defines lifelong learning as covering the formal, non-formal, and informal learning in all settings of study, work, social, and community engagement, and leisure. Which means if we have that mobile device, and almost everyone has, and if you go into some of the statistics in some countries, there are like 1 point something phones for every individual in the country. It is everywhere, these mobile devices. So basically, what I'm saying is, if we have this mobile device, lifelong learning can happen anytime, anywhere, because we've got YouTube videos, we've got all kinds of even TikToks, 1 minute TikToks, anybody and anyone can learn. Okay. There are 4 pillars in UNESCO's in UNESCO as specified by UNESCO. It's about learning to know, learning to do, learning to live, and learning to be. Okay, these days in the age of change, rapid changes, I'm sure everybody is learning something or other. But what do we do as educators? If we have expertise, if we have something that we think the community members should know, what is it that we can provide as an educator or as a university, using or utilizing the various platforms that we have? And it's also very important to deliver this information in the right way. If it's to teach something, of course, pedagogy is first, technology second. So what is it that we need to know about how best to teach or how best to engage our learner using technology? So is it the device? Is it the network? And so on. So these are the things, food for thought for us as educators. And just to share, Malaysia's higher education blueprint has 10 shifts. Shift number 3 is about building a nation of lifelong learners. All right. I believe the shift is for until 2030. And this is what I guess we will see more and more, and we could learn perhaps, from some of the examples that Malaysia has. And I'm sure every country has something similar. So basically in Malaysia, to build this nation of lifelong learners, number 1 is to create a framework to recognize prior learning. And as some of you know, we have the AUN-TEPL framework. It's called the accreditation of prior learning, and we have AUN-TEPL C, AUN-TEPL A, AUN-TEPL M, AUN-TEPL Q. I won't go into them here, but basically we have this framework whereby learners who come to the university, if they want the formal credits, they can do so using the AUN-TEPL process. Okay, then the other one is to launch stakeholder engagement programs that incentivize participation and improve the existing marketing infrastructure. The other one is providing financial support to disadvantaged groups and tax reduction incentive schemes to companies, and working with financial institutions to create financial assistance for all groups. Okay, this one I know because when we file our income tax, there is a line where we can claim for the expenses spent for lifelong learning. So that's one of the things that Malaysia has done, and I'm sure every country has something similar. Okay, this is another approach to lifelong learning, and this was in our website. Yeah, the continuous, voluntary, and self-motivated pursuit of information is referred to as lifelong learning. So notice the word voluntary and self-motivated pursuit. We may have thousands, hundreds of thousands of resources for lifelong learning purposes, but it's not until we want it ourselves, until we have our own drive, the self-motivation, that will, well, we need that. Until we have that, the pursuit of lifelong learning will not be as impactful, okay? Hence, let me ask, what is our role as educator today? Maybe think for a few seconds, okay, in the pursuit of lifelong learning. Now, as I mentioned earlier, mobile devices is ubiquitous. So we've come a long way from slate boards to tablets. I think the slate board was created in 1800, in the 18th century. Today, in the 22nd century, we've got tablets, we've got the iPhone, we've got mobile devices, and many people can afford a smartphone. Some people are into tablets, and from the slate board of just writing whatever you hear, whatever you're told to write, to something like tablets where you can do online banking, you can do online shopping, but you can also learn lots from the tablets, as long as there are providers, and providers, we have lots today. Okay, now, how can universities contribute? Okay, we've got some examples already. Even we heard earlier, the VC of UM and what is it, President, Dr. Prof, and the master, and we have open and distance learning that we have that has taken place for, I guess, over 100 years now. But I was at the Open University of Malaysia, and we had so many students wanting to come to complete or to get a degree. It could be a diploma, it could be a bachelor's, it could be a master's, it could be a PhD, and that is one channel. The other one is, now that we have so many MOOCs offered by hundreds or thousands of universities around the world, and now we are starting to see micro-credential courses that can be made available to the general public. And we have seen the setup of online academies, online universities that offer certified courses, certified programs, or even formal diplomas and degrees. In addition, the informal way, the YouTube channels, the Facebook, you have live Facebook, you have so many postings in Facebook. Same thing with LinkedIn, they have courses in there as well. And then lately, and very what you call this, a craze, TikToks, and of course we also know about Instagram, and who knows what else in the future the social media platforms will be, or will be able to provide in terms of capabilities, capacities, and so on. Okay, basically we're talking about just-in-time learning, we're talking about mobile learning, we're talking about tutor in your hands, or tutorials that we can get 24/7, or learning that we can do anytime, anywhere, and everywhere, as long as we have the internet, or what somebody once said, I think it was Cisco, webtoon. Okay, again, the success factors only what you call this, well, the success of any technology adoption or any new ways of learning is dependent on something like, the OMA model. Okay, I won't go through this again, but basically that is what I feel. And let me just, I'm about to end. Some two important questions. As learners today, well, as learners today, they have a wide range of knowledge and skills to choose from to aid their professional development. Thanks to the many open online courses available across many platforms, now is a degree still important in this process? Can we ask that? Yeah, ourselves. Can we answer it based on, the what you call this, the wide availability and the easy accessibility of knowledge and skills that anyone can choose from? The other one is, as an educator, it is critical to inspire our students to continue learning and growing outside of the classroom, where they should be able to adapt and develop into skilled citizens. Okay, are they able to, with all the many resources available to them? So these are two of the questions that we probably want to answer eventually ourselves. And basically, I feel that education is like having, or us as educators as being the conductor of the orchestra. We have to somehow coordinate, we have to make good music so that things make sense, so that the environment provides a beautiful set of learning materials that we can benefit from. So let's play that musical instrument, or instruments, have every educator play the musical instruments together in tune, in harmony, to provide a meaningful set of learning opportunities. So with that, thank you very much. I understand that I should leave about 10 minutes for questions and answers. So thank you very much, Dr. Amira. Back to you.
Prof. Zoraini, thank you so much for that very, very meaningful and beautiful keynote speech. I certainly have to agree with you. Lifelong learning, it's indeed a very, very personal pursuit. And we can see during the pandemic, and also now as we move into opening up, our schools and our universities, still technology enhanced personalized learning will probably still be, a key to supporting this culture of lifelong learning that you talked about. Prof, thank you for allowing questions for your keynote speech. And with that, I'd like to invite our audience, whether you are joining us via Zoom or if you're joining us on our YouTube channel, you can post your questions via chat, or you could also raise your hand, I think, if there are not too many people, and we'll try and take one question from the audience in Zoom and one question from the YouTube chat, just so that we can keep to time. But before that, however, allow me to take advantage of my position as moderator, if I may, Prof, to ask you, in your opinion, in this ASEAN region now, how strong do you think the culture of lifelong learning is?
Okay. It varies from people to people or person to person. And the fact that we have young people who are choosing to have their own business, over a job. The fact that they think they have a choice there, and the fact that they have tried it. And I am perplexed today. I see a lot of young people having beautiful homes, having expensive cars, having a certain lifestyle, just from selling online. And I also noticed that a lot of young people, they have freelance. They are freelancers, and they work for what you call this, different projects at different times, and I think they're earning quite a bit compared to PhDs, for example. And I know a lot of PhDs. We've graduated thousands of PhDs, but not everybody can find a job. in the university. Most of them want to be a university lecturer or be a researcher. Not everybody have found a job. So it brings a question of, as you say, how well or how, in terms of lifelong learning. I think there are some people who are actually learning, because to be a successful online, to set up a successful online business requires knowledge and skills. Not anybody can do it, but some people have done it. And I know, what, I have mailboxes is not far from where I live. And sometimes when I go in there to send things, they have like a whole pile of packages stacked on the floors. And people keep coming in to bring lots of packages to be mailed out. Something is happening, not like before. The mailboxes outlet was very quiet. During the pandemic, they were super busy. And the people who stop are those who drive Mercedes, those who drive Wildfire. So that's my observation. So what more can I say? So there are a lot of people, there are some people really, really learning in what you call this, in a significant way, to change the way they live, to change how they earn. Yeah, they're okay with not having to work on a full-time job. All right.
Thank
okay.
you, Prof.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Prof.
No, I think I saw some questions. Was it in the chat?
Yes, we do have some
Prof.
questions.
Okay. Can learning be composed? Can all learning be decomposed into a set of short YouTube or TikTok videos, or is there still room for longer, more integrated lessons? Okay, my opinion. Even I myself, I think 2 minutes. Yeah, this is what I perceive or what I feel for myself. 2 minutes, you can learn quite a lot. TikTok, 1 minute, I can pick up a new recipe. 2 minutes to talk about concepts, to talk about principles, I think is sufficient these days, because you just have to be concise and precise, and yet provide real or relatable experience or real or relatable examples. Yeah. Compared to, if I see some of the lecturers, they 1 hour presentation, let's say 1 hour session, yeah, with a student online, and I see them reading from the slides. They're just information. To me, it's like information dumping, just reading line by line. And I have students writing to me saying, can you not have the lectures read the slides? Because then in the end, they'll just cough up the information, because there was no real explanation. There was no teaching. They were just reading the points. All right, so that's to answer the question about having several TikToks or Facebooks. Yeah, I mean, break it up. We talk about bite-sized learning materials, yeah, or bite-sized learning nuggets. Learning nuggets. Break it up. 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, 1 minute if you can. For example, definition. Just do a quick one, because the young today, and in fact, just myself included, I want to learn quick. I don't want to spend 10 minutes or 20 minutes listening, or even 1 hour. That's worse. 1 hour, if I know it's 1 hour, I don't even start listening. Something like that. Okay, I think there's another question. You don't mind if I just go on into it?
Go ahead, Prof.
Yeah, how may we safeguard the public from possible disinformation and information distortion when they surf the web and engage in the social platforms, especially Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok? It's a very, very good question. All right. Yeah, very good question, because there's so many quote teachers, unquote, out there. Everyone wanting to share the knowledge about, for example, making money, about investment, about I mean, those are the ones that come from all over, all over the place. Yeah, of course, the ones from the universities, then you can more or less believe that it is okay. Yeah, but the ones from the general public, they say, okay, come and listen to me. They could provide a 1 hour session, 2 hour session, but it is a session that will lead them to buy certain courses, to buy certain training programs, and so on. And this is why I suppose we have to teach the young people, our young generation, teach them on how to think analytically, yeah? Credibility of the teacher, credibility of the content. I mean, don't take everything as surface value. For example, we have a lot of scams, scam email, and even phone calls these days. You have to be able to discern which ones are real, which ones are not. So the same thing with information out there, you know? I mean, we just have to know how to tell which ones are the ones who we should listen to. Yeah. Okay, then there's a question here, or there's a comment here. The research says 2 minutes for video. So there you go. Another educator agreeing with that. And yes, we have always seen entrepreneurs do this. The entrepreneurs, the one that are selling courses, yeah, and all that, seminars, yeah. Okay, how can we differentiate those learning types that we can do in a short session and longer session? I guess it's a bite size, yeah? How small can your unit go? I mean, break it up. If you talk about theories, for example, deal with one theory at a time, explain it, and give the examples. And the examples should be as relatable and as relevant to the learner as much as possible. And then when we okay, that's about short and long session, but whatever session we do, you know, the student engagement, talk to the student. Even though you don't have them right in front of you yet, if you're recording your session, teach them as though you're talking to them, not giving a lecture that's very, very formally taught. Just like what I used to do maybe like 30, 40 years ago. You know, you come with the transparencies and you start talking, and you're the only one talking most of the time, right? Maybe 90 minutes of the time, and sometimes you don't even get the students to answer your questions. You know, they just refuse to answer your questions, maybe for fear of being wrong, or you know, things like that. All right, I think there's another question. Question from YouTube: how can a person prepare to become a better lifelong learner? Wow. Okay, how to be a better lifelong learner? Learning skills. How to be a better listener, how to take notes, how to maybe reflect, you know, with what you've heard, with what you've learned, testing it out, trying out the ideas. You know, sometimes it's not automatic, yeah. Some things we learn very easily. Some things we learn, but we have to practice. We have to think about more examples. We have to discuss and so on. All right. Okay, I think, I don't know about time, but we've already exceeded by 1 minute. But there is, I think educators play an important role in raising awareness about lifelong learning. What about your opinions, your opinions on influencing senior educators who often stick to the conventional methods? This is where I say the OMA model. If you're not open, your mindset is still the same, you know, you adopt the same mindset, or you have the same mindset, you won't be able to adapt. I think I'm fortunate, I can adapt. I worked in 6 universities. I worked, 6 different campuses, you know, different people, yeah, each time. I can adapt. I started with transparencies, but now I can use the computer. Some people take longer before, yeah? I'm not talking about now. I think now everybody can use a computer, but let's say 10, 20 years ago, for them to change from using transparencies to PowerPoint, some of them took a long time, yeah? So it's what we tell ourselves, how open we are, how that mindset can adapt to change, how we can have a different mindset, how we can be adaptive, and how determines our level of readiness. So it's about readiness in the end, yeah? Whoever asked that question just now, who was it? From Esther, from Tokyo Tech. Oh, we have someone from Japan. Okay.
Yes, we actually have people coming in from the UK as well, and Japan, as well as across ASEAN. So quite exciting.
see.
Many people from different places.
Well done to the organizers. Yeah. Okay, another question. Can we reshape degrees so that they provide evidence of important capabilities, not just evidence of knowledge acquisition? Yeah, of course. Today we talk about OBE, yeah, outcome-based education. We talk about constructive alignment. Of course, we can reshape our degrees to provide the evidence that we need, because OBE is about providing evidence. Yeah, correct? Yeah. Okay. COVID-19 has shown that we can adapt. Otherwise, we will be extinct. Yeah. Now that is a silver lining, isn't it? It's COVID-19. Yeah, some people say it's a silver lining, but to me, when I hear people say that, no, not yeah, in a way, yes, but doesn't mean that everybody can do the right thing at the right time, because teaching online is different, right? It's different. It's not lecturing online. So, all right. From Australia
Prof,
too.
my apologies, Prof, on that note.
I know.
Could we maybe have Prof to answer the questions in the chat and continue interacting with our participants after this?
Continue interacting after this.
I mean, on the chat, so that maybe we could have
Okay,
a
sure,
group
sure.
photo now.
Sure. Yes, of course. I think I've already answered everything. Yeah, I've answered
Yes.
everything. All right.
Oh,
If there
okay,
are more
that's great.
questions, if there are more questions, I'll be willing to respond. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Prof, please stay on. It would be nice. I would like to invite everybody if we can take a group photo before we go on a short break. So I'd like to invite Prof to stay on with your photo. You've got a lovely blue shirt, matches very nicely with your blue background. And I'd like to invite everybody else as well to turn on your cameras. Get ready with your smiles. And for those of you that don't have a camera, or those of you that are following us on YouTube, keep smiling. Even though you're not in the frame, you're definitely here with us in spirit. So let's all take a nice group photo. We've got our Jana from EDAC who will take care of that. So Jana, do let us know when we should be ready to smile.
Okay, everyone, get ready. There are a few pages here. So just keep smiling, okay? Okay, ready? Smile. Okay. Smile. Next page. Smile. Again. Another page. Smile. Okay, last. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenna. That was quite a bit of smiling. There's about 140 of us here in the Zoom, and many more also following on YouTube. So we are really, really happy to have everybody here. Once again, thank you so much, Prof. Zoraini, for that wonderful, amazing keynote speech. And I'll invite everyone now. We're going to go for a short 10-minute break, and we will come back with the next session, which will be a presentation session, session 1, which will be moderated by Dr. Safia Oma from the Faculty of Business and Economy, Universiti Malaya. So enjoy your break, and we'll see you again at 11 a.m.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to everyone, to all the participants today, to the third AUN-TEPL Symposium 2022. My name is Safia Omar, and I will be the host for these sessions. All right, well, I hope that everyone has a very good coffee break just now. And without further ado, let's continue with our first parallel sessions. All right, and this session, there will be 3 presenters, 2 from the Singapore Management University, and we have 1 from University of Malaya. So without further ado, let's welcome our first presenter, which is Associate Professor Yuanto Kusnadi from Singapore Management University, with the title Active Learning in Accounting, the Role of Digital Learning Resource in Fostering Student Engagement. Hi, Prof. Yuanto. So I would like to, good morning. And I would like to leave the sessions to you, and all the best.
Thank you for your introduction, and a very good morning to all of you. And thank you to the symposium organizer for accepting my proposal, and also the presentation I'm going to share will be on active learning in accounting, the role of digital learning resource in fostering student engagement. Please feel free to write the questions in the chat box if you have any question, so that I can address them later on. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, I hope everyone can see. All right. Okay, so let me start with what active learning is all about. Active learning is basically a method of learning in which students are actively or experientially involved in the learning process. In a report from the Association for the Study of Higher Education, the authors discuss a variety of methodologies for promoting active learning, such as games, technology-based learning, team-based learning, etc. Students must actually read, write, discuss, and be engaged in the learning process. So in particular, they must be engaged in higher order thinking tasks such as analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. What about active learning in accounting, which is my field discipline, or the subject that I teach to my students? 2 important characteristics of active learning are that it shifts the teaching focus from being instructor-centric from ourselves to student-centric, and that it requires active student involvement in achieving the learning outcome. Past studies have found that students perceive the learning of accounting to be difficult and not interesting, particularly for advanced topics, such as the one that I'm teaching, and I'm using a digital learning resource to teach it, called financial statement analysis. In this respect, there are efforts done in using active learning pedagogy into the teaching and learning of accounting. For example, the use of ICT tools, social media, and games are found to be positively associated with student engagement, and they promote active personalized learning, as documented by Rashid and Muhammad Asghar 2016, as well as Banden Bint et al. 2020. So let me now talk about the digital learning resource, or DLR, on financial statement analysis that I create together with my colleagues from the SMU Center of Teaching Excellence. All of them are actually here in the room itself. Okay? So let me share 3 motivations in creating the DLR. The first one is to support SMU's blended learning initiative, to encourage active personalized learning by students, and also, more importantly, to teach the topic, which is financial statement analysis, or in short, FSA, in an interactive and engaging way. The second motivation is that now, instead of using the class time for teaching, I can reserve the class time for higher level learning, such as discussion of a case study. And thirdly, is also to contribute towards School of Accountancy's established culture of teaching innovations. what is the process involved in creating this DLR? Some of you may have this question in mind. So first of all, in SMU, we have the Technology Enhanced Learning Grant, and the grant call is usually every year. So I applied for the grant in December 2020, and it was approved in February 2021. During the months from February to May 2021, I had intense discussion with CTE colleagues, as well as the vendor who produces this digital learning resource on the storyboard, as well as the content. And in June to August, there are active revisions on the DLR to fine-tune some of the kinks, and also to find out any errors until it was ready to be launched. And October to November 2021 marked the first implementation of the DLR in the course that I'm teaching, COR 1307, Accounting for Entrepreneur. And 2 months ago, in March 2022, I had the second round implementation of the DLR. And with help from colleagues from the CTE, we collected students' feedback survey, and I will share the survey findings very shortly. So this is the link to the DLR, and I will show you in a minute. And let me share with you some of the features of the DLR, and we can take a look at it to play around with it for a while. Okay. So one of the important features of the DLR is that students can access it anywhere, anytime, and they can also learn at their own pace and convenience, because as long as you have mobile phone, tablet, laptop, you can access it anywhere, everywhere. Right? They can also review the material at their own desired speed. And as you can see in the bottom of the slide, there are also interactive exercises embedded in the DLR with immediate feedback function, which I will show you also in a while. And finally, the DLR applies some of the concepts that students learn to a case study on Adidas. So these exercises are actually based on real financial statements of Adidas, and they have to analyze the financial statements of Adidas between 2013 to 2014. So let me share with you the DLR itself. With the help from colleagues from CTE, I have uploaded the DLR on Merlot, so everyone can access it, right? So let me share with you the website. Okay, so this is the Merlot website itself, and you can see that there is a link here, okay, which you can click, and this is the opening page of the DLR. So students can click on this.
Welcome to this module on financial statement analysis. Please click Start to begin.
And the instructions asking them to click on various buttons, such as to start the DLR, or on the right-hand side here, on the upper right-hand side, there are instructions that they can, there are buttons that they can actually click to jump towards the various sections of the DLR. They can also click here to jump to the next section. So let me do that.
To aid you in your task, this module will equip you with the knowledge to explain the nature and purpose of conducting financial statement analysis, perform horizontal analysis and trend analysis.
They can even speed it up. So let me show you what happened if I speed it up and what happened if I slow it down to suit the needs of different students.
Perform vertical analysis, perform ratio analysis, and identify the warning signals or red flags when performing financial statement analysis.
So you can see that there are different effects, and students find that these different speeds actually is one of the important features of this DLR. Okay. I can also click on, let's say, the next section when I want to just jump ahead and listen to what the DLR has to say about horizontal analysis, which is one of the subtopics in this big module on FSA.
Let's now take a look at horizontal analysis. Horizontal analysis involves analyzing financial statement data across time. Usually, we compare 2 or more successive periods of financial statements to analyze if there is some observable trend in certain line item in the financial statements. In performing horizontal analysis, we first need to calculate the dollar change for each line item in the financial statement. To calculate dollar change, we first establish a base year and then compare the analysis period to the base period amount. More specifically, we subtract.
So they will learn various formulas, which include computing dollar change, and they can immediately apply it in the exercise in the next section.
Let us apply what we have learned so far with an exercise. In this exercise, you will be given various equations and information from Adidas's balance sheet and income statement. Select the correct values to complete the equations based on the information given. When you are done, click on Submit. When you are ready, click on the Next button.
So they can click to start the exercise.
Calculate Adidas's euro change for accounts receivable. Select the correct values from the drop-down menu.
Because the financial statements of Adidas are denominated in euro, so instead of computing the dollar change, they have to compute the euro change by applying the formula that they learned earlier. So here, the analysis period amount will be the amount in 2014, which is 1946, minus the base period, which is 1809, and they can get 137 million euro as the euro change for accounts receivable. So they can click the submit button to know whether their answers are correct or wrong.
That's correct.
So if the answers are correct, the boxes will be highlighted in green.
Calculate Adidas's percentage change for accounts receivable. Select the correct values from the drop-down menu and click Submit.
So this is the next concept that they're learning called percentage change, which require them to use the euro change calculated earlier divided by the base period amount. So suppose I choose a wrong figure here. So instead of using 1809, I select 1946 and I choose 9.3%. Let's see what will happen if I click the submit.
That's incorrect. Please try again.
Okay, try again. Let me click on 1946 and 1809 and 7.36%, which is the correct option.
That's correct.
So I hope that you guys can play around with it after hearing from me. Okay, and I'm just now going to share what are some of the findings from the students' feedback. So analysis of the students' feedback of the DLR are based on the 122 participants from my classes in last semester, semester 1, and the semester that just passed, semester 2. So before and after, I compare their perception of the knowledge gain. So before they use the DLR, the mean score is about 3.43 out of 7. After, it is 5.7 out of 7. So this means that students reported an increase in perceived knowledge after using the DLR versus before using it. And this difference is statistically significant, as you can see from the T statistic here. So this suggests that financial statement analysis learning object was effective in improving students' knowledge about the content. I also measure learning effectiveness in various aspects using a scale from 1 to 7 also, in terms of whether the DLR was aligned to the lesson or course learning objective, whether it was well organized, whether it made learning engaging, whether it allowed them to learn at their own pace, whether it provided them with timely feedback for their learning, and whether the DLR allowed them to control the learning progress. And as you can see, the mean score ranges from 5.58 to 6.22, which indicates that the DLR is indeed a digital learning resource that made the learning of financial statement analysis engaging and personalized for the student. Finally, we also measure the Net Promoter Score, which ranges from -100 to 100. So this measures the willingness of students to recommend this learning activity or intervention to others, and also used as a proxy for gauging overall satisfaction with the learning activity. The Net Promoter Score is found to be about 43, which is in the range of great. Okay, so this suggests that students from my class were likely to recommend it to their peers. And these are some of the selected qualitative feedback. And most of them enjoyed the DLR because it helped them better understand the content before coming into class through clear, organized structure and video. The interactive exercises involving Adidas case study also make learning more immersive. And finally, the DLR also allows them to learn and review whenever they want, can learn at their own pace and engaging too. It is also adjustable for the pace that we are comfortable with in terms of 0.75 to 1.25. So to conclude, I have just shared my experience in designing an online digital learning resource on FSA, and I've also shared some of the students' feedback on the DLR. And finally, I managed to get some good news because this digital learning resource was recently awarded the Canadian Academic Accounting Association Howard Thiel Award for Innovation in Accounting Education. So this is what the award committee member has to say about the tool. So financial statement analysis is a foundational concept often covered in a variety of introductory finance and accounting courses at both undergraduate and graduate level. This unique and innovative tool resolved the dilemma of achieving a balance between the mechanics of the analysis and its application in an engaging way, teaching the mechanics using detailed animation, explanation, and diagram in an interactive module that students can complete before the class and at their own pace while receiving real-time feedback on their progress through the interactive exercises. So in this way, we can free up the class time for activities which involve higher order thinking, such as discussion of the case study. So that's all for my presentation, and I look forward to hearing questions from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yuanto, for the very great presentations. And indeed, I can see that the program is very engaging. Well, we have one question from Lynn Gribble. Well, she said that, has this been built in H5P?
I'm not too sure what Lynn means by H5P. Maybe my colleagues from CTE can help to address that. Yeah.
I can tell you what I mean by that. H5P is a technology program that allows you to build in these various questions, answers, tests as you go, embed video. And so when you were showing it, I was like, very cool. By the way, I loved it. I don't teach finance, but I still loved it. And I could see how it really, engages students. And I've been doing something similar, but using the H5P software, which we can then embed in Moodle, and we can track learner behavior and we can all those sorts of things. So I was just curious as to know what program it was built in, because it's a great resource. And I suppose understanding how we can build such great resources takes us beyond just, isn't it a great, it was built. Thanks, James.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn. I think my colleague James has helped me to answer it. It was built using Articulate 360 and not HSP. Yeah.
All right. Prof. Yuanto, I think I just have one more question. Yeah. With that system that you built, right? You allow students to assess that program before the class, right? Can they do the assessment, like for example, like a group activities as well, or is it just like for individual?
The interactive exercise is meant for individual practice, but together as a group, I assign them a few questions, big questions related to the case, which they need to discuss with their classmates and also to present it in class to show to the rest of the class.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Yuanto. And we got one question from Prof. Levin saying that any benefits to you, the instructor?
Well, I think the benefits to me is that it helped me to reserve more class time for the case study discussion, which I've shared just now, which I think is a more relevant and also meaningful way to use the precious class time. Whereas all these learning activity can be reserved by using the DLR so that students can actually assess them at their own pace. So I think these are the benefits to me. And another benefit is obviously the awards that I have just received. So I think I'm looking forward to more awards as well from this digital learning resource, right?
Thanks.
Sorry. Thank you. So congratulations on the award winning, and thank you so much for the presentation and sharing in this symposium. We really appreciate your presentation. Thank you so much. All right, next we would like to continue with our second presentation from Singapore Management University as well, by Dr. Patrick Tan Siong Kuan, with the title of Design and Implementations of Blended Learning Program. All right, you have the 15 minutes presentations and 5 minutes Q&A. So I'll pass the session to you, and all the best.
Thank you very much, Safia, and thank you very much, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be able to share some thoughts with you. Let me first get my slides up. Are you able to see my slides? Great. All right. So I'm just going to share, some my personal experience on blended learning, the design of it, and this is one man's view. This is my personal experience, and I'm sure you heard from my colleague Yuanto. He has great experience in that particular area, and I really enjoyed his presentation earlier as well. For me, the motivation of why I went into to design and develop a blended learning program, a course for my students, not a program, but a course for my students, was really to provide the best learning experience for my students. The questions I was trying to answer was, how can I deepen their learning? How can I embed their learning? How can I make the learning more self-directed, as we have heard this morning in our keynote addresses, and as well as how to make the learning fun and enjoyable for my students. And the benefits for the students, was really a high quality of in-class discussion and participation, as what you heard from my colleague Yuanto earlier as well. Students come better prepared because they were able to review the videos at their own time and own pace. And because the bite-sized videos, which I'll share a couple of them with you in a minute, are a lot easier to digest. And that actually helps them in the learning process. For me personally, the benefit is that instead of having to repeat the same lessons material 4 to 5 times every week, I just do it one time and the students view it. I'll just show you this video very quickly. This is a very short video of what the structure of the blended learning course that I've designed, how does it look like? This is a blended learning program compressing of 2 parts. 1 hour of self-directed learning plus 2 hours of in-class learning. First, let's talk about the 1 hour of self-directed learning and what is involved. Each week, I'll be uploading pre-recorded videos for you to view at your own time and pace. The theories, concepts, and frameworks will be taught to you in the pre-recorded videos. Most of the videos are about an hour long, broken into bite sizes to make it more digestible for you. There will be mini quizzes embedded in the videos to test your grasp of the lesson. As you are viewing the videos, I would suggest you should be making notes. Do note that 1, the videos will be uploaded 14 days before our in-person class. You have 14 days to view it at your own time and pace. You can view it for as many times as you like. You're required to watch all the videos before the in-person class. Otherwise, you won't be able to participate during our in-class session. Viewing of the videos and participation in the quiz is mandatory. Non-viewing of the videos or participation in the quiz will be treated as absent from class. If you are absent from 2 or more lessons, the maximum grade you will receive is a C grade. Next, let's talk about the in-person session. Each week, we will come together for a 2-hour face-to-face session in class. During the in-person session, we will do 3 things. 1, dive deeper into some of the theories, concepts, or frameworks and discuss its application. Number 2, we will clarify any questions you might have about the theories, concepts, and frameworks you have just learned from the video sessions. And number 3, we will discuss on an assigned case study. This method of learning allows you to self-direct your learning at your own pace and your own time. So basically, it is designed in such a way that the students direct them, and the students can control the speed of the videos as well. Some may prefer to go a bit slower, some may prefer to go faster. But it is all built in bite sizes. The next one, I'll just show you a couple of examples. I won't show you the whole thing, but this is just to give an example of how, even in a video presentation, we can still very much engage with the student. The objective of this course is to introduce to you the theoretical concepts and provide you with the tools that you will require for formulating and implementing appropriate strategy. I would add a 4th one, a purpose statement. Now, let's examine this a bit further. Vision and vision statement. Let's look at vision first. Vision is... Okay, I'm just going to stop there. And, I wouldn't run the whole thing, but this is to give you an idea that you can still make it very interactive by using animation, sound effect to excite the students, to engage them. And I found from my students' feedback that they prefer it this way than, say, doing a voice-over PowerPoint kind of a presentation, because they find this to be a lot more livelier. Just like my colleague Yuanto, we've gotten some feedback from the students in terms of how they find this blended learning course. And the feedback has been very, very positive. I'm just showing you 2 of the questions that we asked here. They feel that the activities in this blended learning course help them become a more self-directed learning, one that takes charge of their own learning. 51% of them strongly agree, with another 34% agreeing. So you can see that it is a very positive result. And the online learning materials and activities in this course help them to achieve their objective. Again, we have 51% for strongly agree, 39% for agree. So, I would say that, I'm actually very pleased with the result, that, we were able to achieve the objective that we wanted for the students. Net Promoter Score, 66%, Promoter, 24%, Passive, which means that, again, many of the students, because they have enjoyed this blended learning course, they are more likely to recommend it to their other friends. These are some feedback that we have received. As I shared earlier, they feel that because they can view the videos beforehand, they're able to catch up with class example later. They're able to revise a lot better. So those are kind of things that I feel has helped the students to self-direct their own learning. And because the videos are in bite sizes, it makes it a lot more digestible for them. And that is one advantage. The other advantage with that is that in the event when you need to make any revision to the videos, you only need to revise that small portion. I'm in fact in the process of revising some of the materials and to update some of the examples that I've given. It allows me to just revise that tiny little portion of maybe 10 to 15 minutes instead of doing a full recording of another hour of video. Suggestions for improvement. I think overall, the students enjoy it, but I think there's one part that came up very strongly is that they would like to have a caption in there so that they can follow the video, because sometimes it's hard for the students to be able to hear what I'm saying. So, having subtitles, having caption, that would definitely help the students further in their learning, and providing the slides for them that would actually help them as well. So those are the kind of things. So in terms of checkpoints, methods of gathering the students' feedback, as I mentioned earlier, I have quizzes that are embedded in the video itself. Along the videos, even some of the videos that are 15 minutes, either in a middle portion or at the end portion, I have a quiz embedded in there to sort of test their knowledge and also to keep them engaged. Okay, rather than having them view a 1 hour video, because I can't even stand listening to myself speak for an hour, by breaking up into small pieces and by having quizzes in there to engage them, that helps them a lot. And along the way, we did a very quick and dirty survey just to figure out how are the students coping with it. That helps me also engage with the students and understand how to further improve on it. I have a midterm quiz, which is ungraded. Again, is to test their knowledge, just to make sure that they really understand what they are doing. And this really free up the capacity, the time that we have in class, that we can really dive into case discussion. And personally, just like my colleague Yuanto, I found that to be a lot more effective, because in the past, when I'm teaching, the students are trying to jot down notes, and then, I'm, 1 hour later, and the students are still asking me questions things that I was talking about an hour ago. With this, I don't face that problem. And it allows us to dive much deeper into certain topics. It allows us to go into case discussion, in-depth case discussion. And I found that to be a lot more enriching, both for my students and for myself as well. Implementation, first, of course, you need to come up with your proposal. Scripting, my recommendation is that, we are not professional, actor, actresses. So the best is come up with your script. That helps to reduce the time that you spend doing your recording. You don't have to read your script, word for word, but it allows you to frame it so that you can actually do your video within that hour. I found that to be very useful, because without that, when I first tried it, I didn't have a script. I was either too short or I overextended the time. So by having the script, it helps me to be very concise in what I need to say within the time limit. And then the filming, depending on your organization, how you do your filming. For me, I do most of the film, all the filming actually on my own using my desktop computer, and then doing the editing. And those are pretty easy skills to pick up once you get a hang of it. Scripting, just some guidance for you. Keep it short, 200 to 400 words, because otherwise you will struggle to remember what you're trying to say. refrain from saying things like the week or the session number or anything about the assignments, because anything that are vulnerable to changes, try and avoid saying it in the script, because then you have to go back and revise it. The intro video that I showed you earlier, that's what I use. I talk about what are we going to cover for the week, contents relevance, importance to the course, some guiding questions for them to think along the line, and then some motivation messages that you can actually include in. This is just some example of what I do. Basically saying, in a scene 2, this is a session, what we're going to be focusing on, inserting some animation along the way to make it a lot more exciting, and then having a quiz at the end of it to test their knowledge. These are some, having the right equipment makes the job a lot easier. Hardware, having a good camera, desktop camera works well. I guess you have to try out and see which works best for you. Having a lavalier mic, proper lighting, computer, those are basic stuff, right? And I'm sure, in SMU, we are very fortunate to have Levin and his team from our Center of Technology Teaching Excellence to help us with a lot of this. So that makes our job a lot easier. And then lots of lozenges, okay? That helps a great deal as well when you're trying to do the recording, because you're going to have to maybe do a few cards. All right, that's all I have to share with you. Any questions and questions for me?
All right, thank you, Dr. Patrick. So there is a few questions from the chat. One from Lynn Greppel saying that, are you using blended as a type of flip learning, i.e. prior to class?
Sorry, let me just stop share and then so that I can see you guys better.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
She said that, are you using blended as a type of flip learning, i.e. prior to class?
Well, in a way, yes, right? In a way, yes, because we basically get them to learn the theories and the concepts before they actually come to class.
Right.
And then so we spend the time in class going into the discussion or clarifying certain topics.
Okay, there's another question from Kevin Yap. The question, is there free software or online service that can provide good text-to-speech conversion so I don't need to record myself?
Actually, I don't know. Maybe my colleagues from CTE, would any one of you know?
I think I can answer that as well. I think there is a software for that, but I believe that it is not free. So it's rather if you take the free version, it will be rather limited versions of it. But if you buy the full versions of it, then you can have that. That's called, if I'm not mistaken, one of it called Talkty or something. But I will get back to that later when I found what is it about. But anyway, before we end the sessions, Dr. Patrick, I just have one question about that. How do you find, after you have done the sessions, like prior to your classes, how do you make sure that you fully utilize your physical classroom when you met them? So what sort of things that you rather discuss apart from the theory itself?
So how do I use the physical classroom?
Yeah. I mean, how do you utilize the face-to-face time? So what sort of things that you would rather discuss, apart from the theory that you put in the video earlier, right? So what would you do in the classroom itself?
Okay, so in the class, I usually spend some time asking them, if they have any questions, understanding the videos that they have watched. Usually we spend about 15 minutes of the time discussing any questions so that I can dive deeper or clarify any points for them. And then every week I assign them a case study to work on. And that case study that I've assigned them basically is to apply the knowledge that they have learned watching the video. So, it is very much an application based then.
Yeah.
And if they have not watched the video, they will struggle with the case.
Yes,
and it becomes very apparent, right? They have to read the case study, they have to watch the video, so that by the time when they come in, and it's a lot more productive that way.
I agree with that, Dr. Patrick. And I think I would start to learn from you and start to apply in my classes as well. And I think that your idea of using the classroom itself by talking about all the practical things, you know, like with the case study and all, I think that is the best way for the engagement with the students. So we don't have much, we do not have other, but Leng said, nothing. One option for a web-based tool for text-to-speech conversion is voicemaker.in. So there's one from Wayne. Thank you, Wayne, for that information. So we don't have any other question. Dr. Patrick, thank you so much for your sharing. That's very, very insightful.
Thank you very much for inviting
me. Open up my mind as well.
Thank you.
Give me some ideas as well. So thank you so much.
Thank
All right. Okay, so let's move to the third presenter. We have one from University of Malaya. Dr. Aishah Abdullah, with her title, Developing Critical Thinking Skills Through Gamification in Learning. So let's see what kind of games that you have, Dr. Aishah. So I'll pass the baton to you. So all the best.
All right, thank you, Sophia. Hi, greetings and everyone. I'll share my screen now. Right. Can you share? Okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
What happened? All right. Is that okay? Safia? Okay, all right. Okay, I'm Aishah. I'm senior lecturer from University of Malaya, and from the Department of Science and Technology Studies, Faculty of Science from the University. All right. We've listened to many interesting, engaging approach by our friends from SMU just now. My part or my topic is on gamification and how we can gamify learning in class. So I think this term gamification is not new for you, for all of us, especially in the education world. So for this presentation, I would like to explain a little bit about it and perhaps share my experience in using gamification in my class. Just a little note, there's actually the first half of the class has been conducted face-to-face. At that time, well, suddenly we have to close all the education institutions, all the universities are closed. So then I have to conduct the class online. So it's actually a mix of offline and online. Right. How do you feel if you have this view in your class? I think by looking at the picture itself, it makes us sleepy, right? So, but how about this one? This is different. From all of this picture, we can see that these people in those pictures are engaged in their with their activities. They feel happy with the activities, and even if you don't ask them to do the activity, they want to do it. So this kind of environment that I wish, prior to my research, I wish to have this kind of environment in my class. So this kind of environment, I can say it's an ideal environment in classroom. We want to change from this situation or this view to this view. This is what actually has inspired me or motivates me to do this research or try out gamification in my class. And this also because of I want to, at that time, I want to sort of improve my classroom from the conventional learning to personalized learning, right? So where we know that conventional learning is by setting relies on passive students not much being proactive or engaged with the lesson, and mostly course material is predetermined via textbook. We use books in the class, we use just slides in the class, and this conventional learning uses generic model that does not account for students' preferences and a unique character. And yes, as you can see from the picture, it's quite ineffective and boring. And then we try, our team tried to change this into a personalized learning, where teachers' role is to guide in a collaborative and interactive setting. So teachers here is facilitator, not much the main. We're not really deliver wholly the information that students need for the class, but we facilitate them. And this type of learning also are student-centered. They are being independent to search out sources and experts online. And students also have the power to focus on their interests and personal goals. So as an educator, we want this ideal environment in our classroom. So can we change from this boring and ineffective situation or learning in class to somehow engage and happy faces in our classroom? So while researching on how I can improve delivery of my lesson, I came across of this world of gamification. So what is gamification? Gamification is the use of game design elements in non-game context. And another one, it is actually the concept of gamification is defined as transforming activities, system capabilities, services, products, or organizational structures into gaming experience. And it is to create competition between two different parties. So as you can see from this definition and concept of gamification, it is actually it's a situation when we use the elements of game we adopt it into our classroom. It's not really invented a game to be used in the classroom. It's not a product, but it's a process of gamifying. So what is gamification? There are elements of gamification according to Muhammad 2018. Right, there are 3 categories of elements: the game mechanic, game characteristics, and game dynamics. So actually, we can create this element offline and online if you have this concept in your classroom. So as you can see, for self-development or self-motivation, there are points, levels, trophies, badges, virtual goods, time restriction, and aesthetics for the mechanic. And for the social elements where students can interact with the players in the game, there is a leaderboard, virtual goods, storyline, and interactive cooperation. Another one is a characteristic. Of course, when you're in the game, it is governed by rules, fictitious, play, exposition, choice, multiple performance, feasibility, increasing difficulty level. That is when that is where we can actually tackle different different level of students, okay, whether the student is in a moderate level or advanced level in our classroom. Multiple paths, information, engagement, reflection, and engagement. Sorry for the repetition. And another one is dynamic. We have reward, status, achievement, self-expression, competition, altruism, emotions, constraints, narrative, progression, and relationship. And of course, if you want to employ the gamification element in your classroom, first and foremost, we need to have goal, okay, so that every student in the classroom will try to achieve that particular goal. And why I use gamification? Of course, throughout my literature, is easy and effective. I want something that is easy to be employed in the classroom, and then help students in socializing and increase social networking. As you know, if they involve with competition, also a collaborative assignment, they will keep on increasing the interaction between them. And it increased interaction between educators and students, and also between students and students. And it encouraged learning activities and increased learning engagement. And also it improved students' cognitive skills, which is very related to the research that I have conducted, that I will be shared with you. I will share with you after this. And of course, it is aligned with Malaysia Education Blueprint 2013-2025, which we want an education that is very engaging, and also students that is student-centered type of education, not really where from the conventional learning, the educators is the center of the classroom. So motivation to implement gamification in my class, this is the first factor. All right, and you see why. Okay, students always fall asleep during lesson. This is during face-to-face. What more during online? Okay, if the camera is off. Because my subject is philosophy subject, so it requires students to practice thinking skills and a lot of reading materials that they have to go through in the classroom. And of course, some students already perceive this subject as boring, philosophy course as boring. So I want to change the perception of the student. And why the subject is, students fall asleep most of the time because of the class schedule. This subject is conducted every Thursday, 5 p.m. to 7:50 p.m. And at that time, students are already tired and cannot focus, because this will be the last course or last subject that they have to attend at the end of the day. And this is another factor. This subject is an elective, faculty elective course. So most of the time, every semester, I get 100+ students for this subject. So for the engagement, there is lack of engagement from the students. Students tend to do other activities in the classroom rather than focusing on the lesson. Perhaps some of the time, or most of the time, they do that because they want to keep awake and don't fall asleep, right? And then another factor is that I do this because of the assessment management. So a variety of assessment can be used, not only pen and paper based. I use online quizzes, some of the time PowerPoint, and sometimes I play video. This platform or these materials are used to assess students in the classroom. And this also, if we go through literatures on gamification, we came across the theory of self-determination by Ryan and Daisy. This is also part of the motivation where they say that through gamification, the previous research say that through gamification, we can change the students that don't have motivation to learn towards intrinsic motivation, that they will automatically want to learn in the classroom. From the I will never learn, I give up, or total indifference, for the give up situation, to the I will do it, even though the teacher or the lecturer don't ask me to do it. So this is also part of a base of the research. So I want to emphasize from this one to this view in my class. So we have two research objectives from the research. The first one is to enhance students' critical thinking skills through gamification in learning. And secondly, we want to explore students' perception on gamification in learning, just to make sure that we can do this, we can repeat the gamified learning in the future, and also improve whatever has been conducted in the classroom in the future. So this is the case study. Okay, we want to gamify philosophy course to students with science background. Why science background? Because this course is elective course in the Faculty of Science. So students in the class come from various departments, from students from the geology, from the biology, from the physics, chemistry, and all. They have to take this elective course. And then the subject named logic and critical thinking. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, we received over 100 students each semester. And for this particular research, we have 300 plus students for the class. So all students aged between 19 to 23 years old. That means we have students from first year, second to third year. A small group of fourth year students. So there were 319 students. And of course, they have to enroll in this philosophy course, logic and critical thinking course. And this, I can say it's a purposive sampling, because we have selected that particular group of students to be in the research. And of course, we need to have all of the students from this class need to have access to the internet. We have a Wi-Fi connected to the classroom, and also sometimes they use their data, internet data, because we need to use laptop, tablet, and mobile phone. And this research actually has been funded by ADAC through Universiti Malaya Learning Improvement and Teaching Enhancement Research 2019, and Alhamdulillah, we won Gold Award for this. All right, so there were 14 weeks. We conducted this research for 14 weeks. That means throughout the whole semester. After the add and drop week means that the week where students can add a subject to their schedule and drop the subject from their schedule. So we start in week 3, okay, and then we conducted pre-tests of critical thinking tests using Malaysian critical thinking instrument version 6. And then from week 4 to week 13, we do the gamification, gamified learning. As I mentioned just now, we had online and offline gamification. And lastly, in week 14, that is during study week, the lectures has ended. So we conducted a post-test of the Malaysian critical thinking instrument version 6. So basically, this is the process of learning, gamified learning. First of all, when students entered the class, that is during offline, okay, in the classroom, numbers were assigned to all of students. So if let's say we have 300 students, we start with number 1 until 300. And a student list from a course portal provided by the university, we get ready on the students list, because numbers were assigned so that we will be able to know which number has been assigned to which student. And then, of course, we created avatar for the students. The students created their own avatar in the classroom. So if let's say they like Star Wars, they created Darth Vader, or they like Harry Potter, they created Harry Potter, whatnot, in the classroom. And then, of course, they have their own avatar virtually identity in online gamification. At that time, we don't actually create any online gamified learning, but we use quizzes at that time. And we use metric number as ID. So I create this immunity board. Okay, every week, every meeting, classroom meeting, the top 10 of leaderboard gets immunity. So they can choose not to answer question asked by the lecturer and pass it to another classmate. So it's like, it's actually, I use that one to enhance their motivation to be the top 10 of the leaderboard. And of course, we have online quiz. Even though during face-to-face classroom, they have somehow homework quiz. All right, home quiz. Sorry. So there are about 10 to 20 questions at a time. And of course, it is a topic-based question. So every time the topic has finished, I will give them one quiz to do so that they can test their understanding of the topic. And yes, for the home quiz, I can, sometimes I do the flip learning. I give them quiz first, and then I ask, and then we look at how many questions that get, for example, very low in scores. So we discuss that particular question in the classroom for the next week after they do the quiz. And then, so for the attention and satisfaction in learning, students match each topic with a quiz given. The thing, one of the interesting finding of this research is that students tend to ask every time we end the topic ends, they will ask for quiz, more quiz, because they want to be the top of the leaderboard. They want the opportunity to be top of the leaderboard. And this is the critical thinking test that I use. It is based on the conceptualization of the Malaysian Society critical thinking model, namely the ACBA critical thinking model, which is designed to measure 4 cognitive skill areas, that is cognitive complexity, thinking disposition, metacognition, and concern. For this study, We focus on cognitive, metacognitive, and also conscience. And developer of this particular test is Dr. Akbaria from UTM. The test has 3 forms. Form A, which tests students' cognitive skills. Form B, students' metacognition skills, and also Form C on the conscience. And the data has been analyzed using rush measure analysis. Level of difficulty or critical for each item is considered. So this is the finding. These are the findings of the study. As we can see, for the cognitive score, for post-test, there are significant difference. Okay, but we can see the most significant differences in the post-test for the Form B, that is metacognition. Right.
Well, sorry, Dr. Aishah, I got to interrupt that the time is already over.
All right, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so perhaps you can summarize.
Summary,
And
yeah, thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Safia. Okay, so as you can see, students show a great improvement in cognitive skill items. Why conscience is low performance in that particular form? Because no topic covered in the course for that. And students demonstrate a mediocre level of metacognition in the course. So these are some of the feedback that we get from the students. 90.1% thinks that the gamification made the class more interesting. 78% perceive that gamification increased the interaction between students and lecturers, and also 78% that thinks that gamification helped them to understand the subject easily. And as I point out just now, students get disappointed when no quiz given to them. They want the opportunity to test their understanding through quizzes. And also students prefer more exercise for the subject. Educator needs to embed online and offline type of gamification in case of, for the variety of approach. Of course, you need to use the classroom, you need to use the online resources, and also for the contingency plans if there is no internet connection at that time. So downside for online, students sometimes left their mobile phone or laptop at home, and their gadget has no battery. So of course, for the gamification, if you want to employ gamification in the classroom, you need to prepare early for the materials prior each class. And this is my reference. All right, let's gamify and empower your students. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Aishah. Thank you so much for your presentation. Due to time limit, so Dr. Aishah, I think you can answer the questions in the chat. All right, while we take a little bit of about few minutes before we continue our sessions to at 12:10 p.m. About 2 minutes from now, and the session will resume with Dr. Amira, okay, as the host for that. So thank you so much for your participations today. Thanks to all 3 presenters, and I would like to end session 1 today. So thank you so much, and hope that the next sessions will go as well after this. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our symposium on technology-enhanced personalized learning. And we are back now with session 2 of our presentations. And for session 2, we have 3 speakers who will each present for about 15 minutes, followed by a Q&A session of 5 minutes. So without further ado, allow me to invite our first speaker today, Dr. Thanapon Noraset from Mahidol University, with his presentation on virtual environments and avatar tools for online learning. The screen is yours, Dr. Thanapon. Hi. Dr. Thanapon, I think you might be muted, or your avatar might be muted. Okay, let's wait for a couple of moments while we get Dr. Thanapon's avatar to find his voice.
How about this? Can you hear my voice now?
Yes, we can hear your voice and we can see your avatar actually speaking. This is going to be very interesting. Please go ahead, Dr. Thanapon.
All right, so I'll be like this for a while before I reveal my real face. Okay, so let me share my screen. Here. Okay. All right, so hopefully you can see my screen. All right, so my topic is virtual environments and avatars for education. This will be a little bit different from the previous presenters because this is not as much of a research, but it's more like sharing of what I find. So now, before I begin talking about virtual environments and virtual avatars, so let me actually give you a little bit of background on why am I speaking here. So my expertise is actually in in machine learning and artificial intelligence, but I am part of Educational Technologies and Innovation Committee for Mahidol University, and they comes up with an idea that perhaps we should try to enhance online learning, especially live online classes with virtual avatar. So students can be what they want, and instructor can perhaps take on a little bit more of a character instead of always be instructed, okay? And to make the learning a little bit more immersive. So I set out to find tools available for student and instructor to use, and these are 4 instructors from my faculty that actually helped me comes up with the tools and also give me some of the examples so that they actually use these tools in their real class. So I'll be sharing what they did a little bit, but mostly of the presentation will be tools that we use and you can use as well. This is a free, most of them are freely available tools. All right. Hopefully this will be useful for you in terms of like something that you can use right now. Okay. If you have any question, feel free to ask in the chat. I'll answer that. I'll try my best to answer that. Okay, so before we seeing the tools, then I'll talk about a little bit of motivation why this idea comes up. First of all, we have online teaching and learning for a while now because of COVID-19, right? And but it doesn't have to be like that. Online learning, especially live classroom, it doesn't have to be an interim method for just during the pandemic. It has its own unique opportunities. It has its own distinct benefits. For example, it can take a lot of students. You don't have to find big classroom for 300 students, right? You can also do remote collaboration. Students can learn wherever they want. They don't have to come to the university and all that. Right? They can come from different parts of the world. Finally, we have interactive polls and QA and also chats which is sort of like an extension of the classroom. Right? During the classroom, it is a little bit hard to have chat and QA tools in it, right? But here everything can combine smoothly. So our expectation from the online classroom is then we're going to have two-way communication. You as an instructor, right, would present your knowledge, conduct activities, and students would interact with us. It would be awesome, right? But as we probably have some experience now, this expectation is a little bit, hard to achieve, right? So I'm not sure about most of us here, but during my class, most of the students look like this. They look like, a gray circle-ish thing, and we don't
Dr.
actually
Thanapon, my
Yes?
apologies for interrupting. Just to let you know, you have 1 minute.
1 minute left. Oh,
Oh, I'm
have
so
been-
sorry. Did I get?
Oh.
Sorry, let me recalculate that. I'm so sorry for interrupting. No, actually, you have another 10 minutes or so. My apologies, everyone.
All right, that's all right. We're good. We're good. Okay, so let me continue. So in reality, the online classroom look a little bit like this. It's more like a student open YouTube video and nobody actually interact with us. In terms of the literature, this is basically we have a very, very low social presence, and we cannot actually have effective educational experience, especially for students. And for instructor, it hurt as well because we don't have immediate feedback from students. We don't actually know whether they understand or whether they actually engage or not, right? So one of the interesting findings that I have during the time I teach is I start to introduce something called anonymous software tools. Students can participate without actual identity, anonymous software poll, just like the previous presenter used avatar and whatnot, right? So what I find out is that when I start to introduce these kind of tools, student engagement go very, very high. So this might be just Thai students. They are usually shy, and when they have to talk during the meeting, which is very, very different from the class, they might not like to talk and ask questions. Right? So when I introduce this anonymous tool that they can ask live question online, they engage a lot. They ask a lot of questions. They participate in friend question as well. And the good thing about that is since I am on the screen as well, so I can actually see the question live, and it's become the learning then become quite engaging and make instructor happier. Okay. So this is the main motivation why I think we'll have to take a look at the virtual environments and virtual avatars a little bit. So students can be what they want, not just profile picture or themselves, not the binary of on and off. Okay. All right. So in terms of the virtual classroom, I try to divide this into two different parts. The first one, environments, and the second one, representations. Environments, basically the classroom. Representation, basically how students look like or how instructor will look like. And for example, you can see me right now. Okay. Oops. Okay. So in terms of the classroom, you have wide range of tools that you can use, right? Most of the time, I like to divide this into spatial awareness in terms of space. You have 1D, one-dimensional. So you have like Zoom and Microsoft Teams. It's not even one-dimensional, right? You cannot even control who will be displayed next to who, right? It's more like a static page. moving on a little bit to that, we have a 2D classroom. This is what my faculty like to use. The 2D classroom. It's a little bit like games that easy to understand. Then next we have more like a 3D classroom where a little bit more investment and might be a little bit hard for some students who never play video games. They can participate in a 3D environment. Finally, we have VR and AR, which is basically immersive classroom where significant investment have to be made. So these are available tools that you can use. Now I'm going to go into each of them. I'll skip 1D, which is something that we always use, right? Zoom and all that. So now the first one that I would like to introduce is called Gratitude. Gratitude, they work closely with us. I mean, we are their customer. So we use a lot of these tools. They provide hybrid video conference and 2D game. So student can be this little character in here and walk around in our environment. I will show you a few examples how we use this tool. And whenever we close to someone, the video feed will show up and we can talk. So it gives you a little bit more like a real world environment where you talk to people next to you. Obviously, during the classroom, you can have some sort of a stage that you will broadcast your video and lecture, sharing the screen and whatnot. So next, another application that I think if you participate in the previous AUN-TEPL, you see an example of this. It's called Mozilla Hub. This is a free 3D environment that students can use. Students can also select their own virtual avatar as well. And this is something that actually pretty cool. And we see a lot of this use in our faculty where students actually do conduct some presentation in this format. All right. Next, this is something that we have never used before, but I discovered this. It seems to have some university in Europe and America. They have like virtual university, so like a whole department conduct a program in remote learning, and they have sort of like a full virtual classroom environment, lab, lecture room, and whatnot. These tools. If you would like to use this, you probably have to talk and buy it. So finally, we have Microsoft Mesh. I think a few of instructors in Mahidol start to explore this AR VR, especially in for medical skill. Right? AR VR probably help a lot. Again, a significant investment have to be made. One of the HoloLens headset costs a lot of money. And moving on quickly to representation, and the dimension of representations are quite complicated, but I try to simplify it into just 2 dimensions. We have static and dynamic. What you see static, a lot of you actually static representation, right? Just name or profile picture. And me is like in the middle of the dynamic because you see me moving but not full body. In terms of the realism, you can have a profile picture which is very real but static, right? Or you can have a 3D cartoon that not very real, but a little bit moving like this. So, but I'll focusing on the part that I do some sort of circle because it can give us some kind of eye contact and presence of engagement. So the first tool that I think I'm moving on quickly is this is tools, Ready Player Me, that you can use to create your own virtual avatar. And then you can use this virtual avatar in your own Mozilla Hub. They try to personalize a little bit. So as you can see here, that's my picture. And that's the result. And then I grab my friend and that's the result. So they try to personalize a little bit. And I think it's fun to use. The next one, this is what I'm using, Loom AI. It create virtual avatar and then they animate the virtual avatar, but they animate this by using voice. So I actually did not, moving head like that, but they sort of like reading my speech and try to mimic what other human or what normal human will animate when talking like this. Unfortunately, they are no longer support. This is actually a little bit sad for me. Moving on, we have Microsoft. Microsoft also try to do this. We'll probably seen this feature soon. Microsoft Avatar. It is in Microsoft Teams. So if your university teach in Microsoft Teams, we might be able to use this soon. Okay. So next, this is something that my student and some other instructor teach me how to use. This is VTuber, and this is actually the format that many students use. Many students consume their media. It's a lot like a cartoon-ish overlay on the video, and the virtual avatar then become this 2D cartoon. And in fact, I can try to be like that. As you can see here, I now become a bear, right? Hopefully that's working. So as you can see, they also move according to my head. They track my head. If I close my eye, the bear should close the eye as well. So I learned this from student. Student teach me how to use this, and I discovered this because some of my students do not want to turn on video, and they become this little bear. Okay. I think I am run out of time, so I'll closing my presentation soon. So I would like to show some example here. We have example from Dr. Chayong and Dr. Morocco, and they won online engagement award last year. So they have a presentation in Mozilla Hub, and students share their own experience in this little box. We also have some of the classroom conduct in Brother Town, where you can see here that you can still share screen and conduct lecture like usual. The classroom then become, sort of like a lab, a group activities room and lecture room. Or taking inspiration from the previous speaker, you can make it become a game where this Dr. Morocco and Dr. Chayong again turn their lecture into games where the instructor become dungeon master and guide the student through the process of learning via video games. And imagine that the instructor actually use virtual avatar, so that would be quite engaging and immersive. So I think I will not present the stats and what and also you can just see from the instructor face how happy they are, and that's what I want to end the presentation with. I have a little bit of conclusion, but I don't think that's not very important. Okay, so if you have any question, please.
Yes, to the audience, if you have any questions, please do feel free to pop it in the chat. Dr. Thanapon, are we seeing your face now?
Yes,
there
this
he
is how I look
is.
like.
Our Dr. Thanapon. I think your avatar captured you very, very nicely. That was really an amazing presentation. It's so interesting. I think we have time just for one question. So let's just check if we have any, but I actually do have one. Okay, unfortunately, someone else has already taken up the one question, so I cannot ask mine. I'll ask mine in the chat later. No worries. So Dr. Thanapon, which avatar software is easy to use and that you recommend?
Oh, the easiest one to use, I think you can use what I'm using right now here. So if I go back to the slide, no longer support, but it's still okay to use. So you can go to this website, and this is the easiest one to use. It just like it's mimic your video feed, so it sort of like become another camera. Another one that I think it still have full support is you can use this one, but it doesn't look very professional.
Okay, wow. I won't be surprised if after this, when we come back from lunch later on, we may find a few more avatars in here. Thank you so much, Dr. Thanapon, for a very, very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for our next speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Looi Mimi from Universiti Malaya, who will present on multiple intelligence in personalized teaching and learning strategies. Dr. Looi, you have 15 minutes to present and 5 minutes for question and answers. The screen is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Before this, let me share my screen. Oops. All right. Could everyone see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon again. I'm here today to share with you a mini report about an initiative that we have done in our department in University of Malaya some time ago, multiple intelligence in personalized teaching and learning practice. So back in year 2019, I remember during that time, our institute's Academic Development and Enhancement Center actually offered us a grant opportunities in which who would like to embark personalized educations in their T&L process, we could actually apply for the grant. So during that time, I was not very sure what does it mean by personalized educations, but worth exploring, because to me, as a, so sorry. Sorry, can you get back to me whether my slide is moving?
Yes, we can see one size does not fit all.
Yes, so sorry. Technique cut a bit. All right. So where am I? Yeah. To me, because I'm a molecular biologist, during that time, what I understand for my field, personalized medicine, because in the molecular biology field, we profile a patient's genomic makeup, and then we predict the patient's drug response. And then later on, we prescribe the drug based on the patient's gene profile. But in personalized educations, so what are we going to profile and what we can actually specifically cater for our students in terms of personalized education? So I found this photo illustrate the conventional education's paradigm very well, in which we know that in the conventional education paradigm, we always have the same or standard teaching approach to everyone. And we also would actually have one standard assessment methods to everyone. But we also deep in our heart as academicians, we know that actually every individual is different because we have different skill, we have different strength. But when we try to put in a standard assessment scheme to everyone, it may be not fair. Okay, so we shouldn't actually judge a person based on a general standard assessment scheme. All right, so what exactly is the personalized teaching and learning? So it's an education approach that aims to customize learning for each student's strength, needs, skills, and interests. So what kind or what are the mechanisms that you could actually deploy to personalize the teaching and learning practice? So, and to make sure not to leave anyone behind. So here it comes to the idea that we would like to visit the theory of multiple intelligence, in which the theory actually introduced by Professor Howard Gardner, an American development psychologist back in year 1980. So this is not something very new or novel, but maybe have been forgotten among our academicians, in which we can actually categorize our students based on their different kind of intelligence. So here in the theory of the Garner's theory of multiple intelligence, there are 8 different categories of intelligence. So first one, verbal intelligence or linguistic intelligence. We may find students, some individuals, they are very good in speaking or representation. And we will also have people who could actually reason it very well, logically, all right? And naturalistic, meaning those are very close to the natural. They like to actually expose themselves to the real life example. Kinesthetic, those who are body smart, they need to have hands-on and then have the feel of the learning process. Musical, those would learn through audio, music, all right, relic. And we have also people who are people smart, or we call it as interpersonal intelligence. So these are very sociable. They should be able to hang out with many people, okay, make a very good friendship with everyone. And we also have people who actually maybe like to isolate themselves. We call it self-smart, intrapersonal intelligence. And of course, also I think the very obvious trait that we can see among our students also, some of them very good in learn from the video. Okay, so it's a visual or spatial intelligence. So these are the eight multiple intelligences that introduced by Garner back in year 1983. So we would like to actually now think about, could we use this tool to actually categorize our students, okay, before we could actually offer something specific for them in the term of personalized TNL practice. So we believe that one size does not fit all in educations. So would our multiple intelligence-based teaching strategy would enhance the student learning experience and leads to a better acquisition of the knowledge. So this is the mini project that we have conducted back then. So a very simple flow of what we have been doing. First, we actually use the McKinsey Multiple Intelligence Inventory tool to carry out the survey among the students, and then we categorize them based on the multiple intelligence. Then later on, knowing our learners groups strengths, then we actually brainstorm, design, and develop the teaching strategies for that particular cohort before we actually revise the curriculum delivery for that particular cohort based on the teaching strategies that we propose. We actually first run the pilot study in one semester. We just pick one assessment component to see how it works before we actually implement in the second semester of the new cohort. So this is a overall very quick introductions of how it looks like of this McKinsey multiple intelligence inventory tool, in which we have a long list of the items in which a student will need to actually fill in. It's in an Excel file. It's kind of handy, in which they just need to actually answer to those questions. And then from there, they will be able to actually analyze their trait and then categorize them based on the multiple intelligence. So knowing our pool of students' talent, so we actually from the analysis, as you can see here, the orange color bar represent the strong trait of the certain multiple intelligence. All right. So and then we have the green bar, which is the moderate trait. All right, and from here we can see that most of our students not really good in oral presentation, okay? So if you would like to have the assessment like oral presentation, they may not be able to perform well. And then we also have a look at that, they are very self-smart, meaning that they like to keep to themselves, because we can see that in the intrapersonal trait, it's like almost 90% of them, they are very introvert. Okay, and then we can also see that the other traits are distributed quite equal amongst the students. So here, knowing our students, so now what next? So we think about, because we have now equally distributed different type of multiple intelligence, what we could do now, because like how we are going to cater special teaching methods for everyone now, since they are now equally distributed. So first, we actually came to this brainstorming session amongst the lecturer involved in the subject delivery. We come up with a different possible teaching tools or the learning tools that we can use for different groups. So this is some example that we came up, like if those people, those students who are good in the verbal presentation, perhaps we can set up some debate assessment or a presentation. So in the classroom, perhaps we can have session to do some brainstorming. All right. For those who have who are more towards the logical intelligence, perhaps we could have some questioning teaching approach. Okay, and some exercises on calculations and categorizations, so on and so forth. So we have different types of the possible activities that we could run for different type of multiple intelligence group. So as I mentioned, we need to perform the pilot study before we actually implement huge changes to this subject delivery. So we did it in the one we picked one course, which is a cell biology course, in which we picked one of the assignment in order to start to implement whether or not the multiple intelligence categorization will actually help in the learning process. So here is a group assignment. So as an academician, as a educator in the class, usually if you are going to have the group assignment, usually how do you actually assign your student into groups? So the normal way would be student would like to join their friends in a group. Okay, perhaps you might want to do a random assignment of the student in different groups. Okay, it doesn't matter who you know, who is your friend or your enemy. So you just put them in the group. Okay, so this is done by the lecturer. But to me, I think it's very important that you have to form a group or make the group to have multiple talents to make everyone will be able to contribute in a group. So based on the multiple intelligence profile that we obtained from the survey, we actually classify the students based on their intelligence. Then I actually look into how I could group them and make sure that particular group contain multiple intelligence talent. Okay, so here the photo illustrated like this, in which I may have 4 persons in this group, and every one of them have different strength. Okay, so the assignment that I'm going to, I was given to them was the music assignment, in which they need to actually deliver the cell biology content in a music assignment. So this assignment will be very challenging because you need to know that you need to have someone who can sing. You need to have someone who can make a video. You need to have someone who could actually find the informations. And you may need to have someone who is very good in compiling everything and make it presentable. So that's why it comes to the talents utilizations in the group assignment. So I would like to share with you one of the outcomes that we have from this assignment. We have many videos produced by this assignment. Maybe I would like to show you one in which I think students did a very good job, in which they may be able to actually transform the cell biology content into a song.
Cell division, loving their numbers. Studies goes on condense, in the school. The calendars open down in the perfect state. Goes on splitting, goes on splitting, goes on splitting. Since our kids are put
was one piece of the example that I had from my students' assignment. So after that assignment, I believe that most of them did very well. I'm very pleased with their presentation and their submissions. So after the assignment, we did the survey, okay, beforehand, we never mentioned to them they have a multiple intelligence talent in the group. So I want them to notice. So I asked them whether or not they noticed that in their group consists of different type of people with specific skill. I think more than 90% of them realized that everyone have their specific skill in doing the piece of assignment. And also, they also believe, they also found that they learned a lot from their members. So again, it actually revealed the theory in which multiple intelligent instruction is not only meant to empower one's strength, but it also can unearth a learner's potential while developing the learner's weak intelligences. Okay, so although they are not good in certain field, but by learning in a group, they should be able to actually pick up certain skill from that. So they realized that as well after the assignment that had been done. And after the assignment, they also found that this really increased their ability in collaborate and work in a group. And they would like to actually stay in the same group if possible in future. And then, of course, not everyone like music, although it's like not everyone in liking of the video assignment, but they found the assignment learning process or preparation process was enjoyable. Okay, so at least they learn something, they enjoy the process. Okay, so so after the pilot study, what we want to do here is that now looking into our one of the course, which is a very conventional layout of the teaching and also assessment. If you look at the assessment plan of this subject, which is the epidemiology and biostatistics subject, if you look at the assessment plan, we have all fully written tests, which is 50% in the continuous assessment. Students need to submit the written as sit for the written examination, and final exam as well. The summative assessment is 50% final exam. So this is very fit the first photo that I mentioned. You have one scheme in order to judge everyone, okay, in which maybe not fair. So what we are doing here is that we actually try to use these multiple intelligent categorizations in the teaching and learning approach. Then later on, we found out this is the end of the semester in which we did the comparison of that particular multiple intelligent intervened semester compared to the previous semester based on the student performance. So if you look at the green bar here is the previous performance without the multiple intelligence intervened. You see a lot of students didn't do well. And so those who score good mark, A or A plus, A minus, are not many. But after the MI intervention, we found that most of the students scored very well, which is a B and above. All right. So what exactly we have done here is that we actually revised the assessment plan in which from the 50% written test, we actually changed to 10% written test and 40% assessment test. So what are the assessments we have done here? So we'd like to show you this, what are the teaching and also assessment plan that we have done. Instead of only delivering the lectures, we also did pre-record. In addition to the synchronized discussion session, we did also pre-recorded lecture video in which this one will cater to those who are very good in visualize the content, all right? And then we also have the demonstration session, which is good for those visual and also kinesthetics group of the students. We have various different type of assessment, group assignment, individual assignment, quizzes, calculation exercises, and also based on the published data to do some software hands-on analysis. All right, so we actually include a lot of the different type of activities and teachings in teaching and learning. So here, I would like to say we could actually use technology to embark the multiple intelligence. It's not only in the content delivery, but we could actually also create a virtual learning environment get the student more active, and they could actually learn based on the problem given to them. And we have so many platforms online, and some are made available in which you could actually explore and use them in your T&L. Okay, so this is also some summary of the platform that may be useful for you if you would like to cater specific activities for your students based on the multiple intelligence. After all these exercises that we have done, we found that variety is the key to learn for learning. And then it really needs a lot of time, especially when we actually look into a big cohort of students. You may have, if you're lucky, you may have 20 students, but somehow most of them may be having 100 or 200 students. So how you are going to cater the personalized T&L strategies for everyone if you have a large cohort of students? So the time you spend to brainstorm the activities may be needed for this special cohort of students is a challenge.
Looi, I'm very sorry to interrupt. Speaking of time, and you are just right on time.
Yes, I understand.
My apologies for interrupting that. Thank you so much, Dr. Looi. That was a very, very interesting presentation. And I think definitely something that we could all, I think everybody would like to make group work much more interesting for our students and make it more meaningful and effective. And I think what you have presented here and shared with us will be a very, very useful framework that we can try and follow. We have time just for one very quick, short question. So if there's any question, you could kindly just open your mic and ask. If not, I will take advantage of this question slide and ask my question. Okay, actually, I'm very glad. I get to ask you now, Dr. Looi, how much time does it take actually for the lecturer to invest in order to come up with this multiple intelligence assessment approach?
For profiling, because the tool is made available, all right? So you just need to have a meetup session with the students in order to gather all the informations. But I would say because every student will actually get back to you with one Excel file. So it depends on how many students you have. Then you need to sit down and do the analysis and do the classifications. So it's actually, really the time spent. That's why we come up with, we actually apply for the grant in which we hire someone to actually help us, to assist us in the data sorting. And then only then the lecturer could actually have time and sit down and look into the data and brainstorming. So we actually spend our time during the semester break in order to actually think about what should we do and explore some of the technology we can do in order to fit or cater to our different categories of students. And of course, when we talk about assessment, we cannot also run away from the ministry qualification framework, right? So we need to really look into that and make sure we don't run off the topics, and then we will get questions from the MQA as well. So it takes a lot of time actually.
That's very good to know. At least we know we can prepare early. So thank you so much again, Dr. Looi. Very interesting presentation. Thanks again. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move to our third presenter for this session. And I would like to now invite Dr. Wipapan Ngampramuan from Mahidol University, who will be sharing with us on using digital platforms to enhance students' individual learning. Dr. Wipapan, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome to my sessions about using digital platforms to enhance students' individual learning. My name is Wipapan, and I'm a lecturer of English at the Faculty of Liberal Arts, Mahidol University. Okay, also I'm from Thailand. All right, so in my presentation, there are 5 parts mainly: overview, problems from online learning and teaching, and also from students and from the lecturers, and also the opinion from students regarding their difficulties when they have to be online in classes, and also digital platforms for enhanced students' individual learning, and conclusion. So actually, I have to tell you that as I'm not from like an IT faculty or anything, so my IT platform or digital platforms are very, very simple. All right, let's have a look at the overview. So because of the COVID-19, between March 2022 and December 2021, all classes at the Faculty of Liberal Arts, Mahidol University, were conducted online because we offer only languages. So in this case, we had no laboratory work or anything. So it makes sense for us to be online anyway. So in August 2021, the Faculty of Liberal Arts conducted a survey in order to find out about students' happiness and satisfaction toward online learning and online classroom. And actually, we at that time we had 577 students, but 95 students participated in the survey. So actually, it's about 1/6 of the students would be got opinions from them, and most of them, went for the same direction. Okay, so problems and concerns from students were informed to all lecturers, and I'm going to tell you all regarding their concern as well. And after knowing all the problems and concerns from students, we tried to apply various techniques and use different strategies to improve our online classes to enhance students' individual learning. Okay, so platforms that we use for conducting online classes at Mahidol University, I think it's quite similar to other universities. So we do have WebEx, and we do have our Mahidol WebEx as well. So it's actually free, and it's mainly supported by the university. Basically, the university wants all the classes to use WebEx, Mahidol WebEx, but for some faculties, including Faculty of Liberal Arts, we do use Zoom meeting as well. So as you know that there are, there's a free one, so but it gets disconnected every 30 minutes, or you can pay for the individual accounts, which cost about $15 per month, and I did that. And also last year, the Faculty of Liberal Arts paid for Zoom for Education. So we paid quite a lot of money for 30 accounts. But this year, we didn't renew the license. Some lecturers use Microsoft Teams and Google Meet, and we do use Google Classroom when we assign students some work, post some materials. And also we use Google Forms when it's time for students to take the test or when they have to do the exams. And also we use Google Sheets when we want them to sign up, or for writing, we can give them instant feedback or something like this. And also, in addition to all of these platforms, for me and for some other lecturers, we do create a live group for students, like for one class, one live group for them to join, so that we can get in touch with them during the week, because we meet them just only once a week in 3 hours. So, so these are all the platforms that we use. And according to the survey, here is the problem from students. So first of all, they will say it's the problem not about the teacher, not about the lecturer, but it's about the internet connection at home. And also sometimes they get disconnected or being kicked out of the online classes. This is because of the service provider, especially WebEx. We experienced this quite a lot. And also some of them, when they were at home, they had their own personal issues, like they had to help their parents to take care of a younger sibling, or sometimes 2 siblings. They had to help with house chores. They had to help their parents with their businesses, like to be in a restaurant or something like this. And also they said, like when they are online, they get distracted easily by other websites like Facebook, YouTube. When they see notification, they visit other websites instead of concentrating on what they have to learn. And also some of them feel disconnected from friends and teachers. And most of them say the lack of motivation. And another issue is they say they were unable to follow the lesson as the lecturers went too fast, or some of them could not take notes or catch up with the live lessons. And some of them had problem with computer. They say, oh, we have low computer literacy. And some of them didn't have enough online learning equipment. Sometimes they just say, like, if in case that they had to take the test, they had to look at the screen, and then they probably need to have another device to insert the answer. So some of them just say, like, we had just only a mobile phone or an iPad and we didn't have any other tools, this could be difficult for us. And then apart from problems from students, I collected information and data from other lecturers as well. So we found that basically, especially for the for lecturers who are over 50s, we have problems with low computer literacy. At first, we didn't even know how to use Zoom. I mean, I use the word how to make use of because, okay, we know how to join the meeting, but we didn't know how to share the screen, how to write down on the screen. At first, my friend and I didn't even bought a whiteboard and we wrote it down and show it to the student. We didn't know that we could annotate on the screen how to break out the room. But finally, we got through, and luckily at the Faculty of Liberal Arts, IT people were very nice and they organized like some trainings for us as well. And they were there when we had problems. We also experienced slow internet connections. In my case, I asked the internet company to come to my room and set up another router. And we also didn't have enough online teaching equipment. At first, I taught from my laptop and then I borrowed another laptop from the faculty, but it was slow. And finally, I had to buy a new PC and this helped a lot. And we were also disconnected or kicked out of the online classes as well. And sometimes we also had our personal issues like I have my 5-year-old daughter and she had to learn online at the same time, and then I had to teach as well. Sometimes we had to help with house chores as well. But the thing that we think is serious is we were unable to make classes as interesting as before. It's difficult to make students active. They turn their camera off, they turn their microphone off, and then it seems like we were talking to ourselves, something like that. And another thing is we felt unsafe about the online security. Somebody might record our lesson, or some people might just hack into our online class or something like this. We also concerned about this as well. And another difficult thing is we think it's difficult to evaluate students because they could cheat. But I don't know, we don't want to say this, but it could happen. They could open the book, they could find the answer from the internet, and they could just ask their friends while doing the test. They can probably use their mobile phone to ask their friend for the answer. But anyway, here are the problems. But just I'm going to talk about the part that I help my student to enhance their individual learning. So based on the problems from the survey, from 95 students, so the biggest problem is the internet issues, followed by learning equipment. They didn't have enough learning equipment, followed by learning environment, and some of them didn't even have any problems. And for year of study, as you can see that the blue bar is for freshmen, the orange one is for second year, and the gray one is for third year. As you can see that for freshmen, they had issues a lot about the internet and learning equipment. So from interview with some students, I found that when they were in their second year or third year, their parents started buying them some laptops or maybe an iPad. Anyway, that's why they didn't have problems with equipment. But for freshmen, they just finished their high school, they didn't have this kind of equipment. That's why they think some of them just rely on their mobile phone, only mobile phone. So here are some comments from students. So basically this is from freshmen. They just say like they have problem with the internet connection when it rained a lot, or sometimes they get distracted and they couldn't take the online exam because of the internet or something like this. This is for the second year. It's more or less the same. They had problems from the internet, and they actually say like at home it's difficult for them to pay attention to the class. And some of them talk about the ebook or the slide. And also the suggestion from the third year, they just say like WebEx make it slow, and sometimes they got too many assignments and then they got pressure or something like this. So here are some comments, a summary of the comments. So from students' opinion, Zoom was better than WebEx. So they prefer having online classes through Zoom if they could have a choice. And also students prefer having hands out before the start of the class rather than having them after the class. And the which all classes could be recorded so that they could come back and review the lessons anytime. And this is what I did because, you know, I try to compromise and I try to make it to make students happy. So what I did, so I use Zoom my personal account during the peak hours and WebEx during the off-peak hours. As I told you that the university supports WebEx a lot, but sometimes during the peak period, like on Tuesday afternoon, Thursday morning, and Friday morning, there were too many classes. So if I had my class during those times, I use Zoom account to help this out. So I paid for my Zoom Pro and I recorded all the classes through the cloud for the better picture quality. I actually try recording the lectures on my computer, and I found that the picture quality was not as good as doing it on the cloud. So what I did after recording all the classes on the cloud, I downloaded them from the cloud, because when I gave students the link to watch the video on the clouds, they just say like, oh, it keeps buffering, the internet is not good, the quality of the picture is not good. So can you upload it on YouTube? And I did. So I upload each video on my personal YouTube channel and make it unlisted. Okay, so then after that, I post the link to each class for students via Google Classroom. Okay, and I also posted handouts for students before each class started via Google Classroom as well. And if students had any reading, I gave them at least 1 to 2 weeks beforehand, and I posted it via Google Classroom. And during the week, I got in touch with them through Line. If they had any issues or any questions regarding the lesson, they could get in touch with me through the Line group. And also, when it's time for deadline and assignment, I reminded them in class like a week beforehand. Like I would say, next week, we would have a test or something like this. And then I reminded them through the Line group as well. And for sometimes students want to ask something that is not about the content that we have to learn, but they may ask like, what are the differences between AM and PM? So I want to answer them, but it takes other students' time as well. So I told them that, okay, I have my Facebook page to teach English. So you visit this page and I give you the answer. So I got a Facebook page that has approximately 17,000 followers. Oh, so here is the pictures of my Google Classroom. So I got like for this term, I'm responsible for 3 modules. So I just make one module for one class and all the students join. So if I have any handouts or any reading, I post it for them beforehand, and then I told them through Line, like I have already posted to Google Classroom, you can check it out or something like this. See, all the slides I gave them before the class start. Like this is on the 15th, I gave them on the 14th so that they could download all the slides beforehand. And then after finishing the class, I gave them the link, okay, to the recorded class. And here is my YouTube channel. So this is, I made it unlisted. And also here's my Facebook page. And sometimes I just teach them about like patterns to introduce yourself when you have to go for a job interviews, or the differences between these words or something like this. So based on the evaluations and comments from students at the end of the term, run by the university, like out of 5.0, I got the score of 4.91, and also for the other one is 4.89. And some of the comments from students, they actually said, I like it very much when you uploaded all the recorded classes online, so I could review the lessons as many times as I wanted. If I could not follow whatever in the live classes, I could review the lessons myself. So this makes me not stressful and enjoy all the classes a lot. From my experience as a student, I dare to say that there were not many classes like yours. And another one, they say like, you're a great teacher. You didn't randomly ask us to turn on our microphones and answer your questions. But I use the technique like, okay, if you're ready, press 1. If you want me to stay longer, blah, 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 you press B or something like this. And I made them connected with me through the chat box. This made us eager to learn and be in class with you. In addition, you also gave us additional knowledge related to what we learned in the book. I'm very happy about this. Okay, so I've come to my conclusion. To enhance students' individual learning, I recorded all the lessons and uploaded them on YouTube and gave students the link to the videos so that students can review the lessons anytime. I gave student readings at least 1 to 2 weeks before the class started via Google Classroom. I mean, I used to get them all like at the start of the term, but then I had to remind them every time. So I just said, okay, I could actually do it one by one, but I would actually give you 2 weeks beforehand. And then I gave student handouts before the class started via Google Classroom. I did not ask them to turn the camera or microphone on while they were in the classes. And I made the classes active by asking them to type the answer through the chat box. And I got in touch with them and reminded them all about all the deadlines and assignment while I was in class and through line. And I gave them extra knowledge through a personal YouTube channel and a Facebook page so that they can learn extra if they want. Okay, so that's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions or any comments, I'll be happy to hear that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wipapan. That was very nice to learn about how you and your students managed to engage online, using basically quite the basic technology and making it somehow personalized. I have to congratulate you for being able to do that because not that many of us, are that well versed with the latest technologies, and it's helpful to know how to actually engage and connect with the students using just the basic educational technology. So we do have time for one question. So if anyone would like to ask a question to Dr. Wipapan, you can please just post it in the chat. If you're posting it in the YouTube chat, it might take a few moments before it reaches us over here. So we'll give that a few moments to get people to post any questions. In the meantime, however, I do have one question for Dr. Wipapan. Now that we're going to be moving into face-to-face and opening up, and the lockdowns are easing and universities are opening up. So how are you adjusting, or what are your plans to adjust back to a physical classroom? Will you still be using the online class that you're using now, and the online using Line and using Facebook and all the other platforms?
Yeah, I think I really love Google Classroom and the way I can return all the student assignment and then reveal their marks like personally, and also Google Form. In the past, I had to match everything by myself, but now the technology could help. So I would actually do the test online. I think I would do it probably I would show the question on screen, and then they reply online. And then the technology could help me mark some of the multiple choice questions.
I think I'll be doing that as well. Okay, we do have one question now, if I may just ask one.
Yeah.
So how many students watch the videos, or do they only say that they like the videos? And this is from Dr. Levin. He's curious because their students are also asking for the class recordings.
Oh yes. So actually I have to tell you that in my class, I check the attendance then, but there's no marks for that. So I just said at least you need to be here at 80%. But sometimes they had issues. They say oh, I couldn't attend this class. I say, don't worry, I recorded the class for you so you can watch it online. So I think they feel relaxed because some of the lecturers didn't want to record their classes online, and in this case, student pressure a lot if they miss the classes, they miss everything. But I told them okay, that's okay. I recorded it for you. You can watch it later. And if you have any questions, you can come and ask me. I think they feel more relief. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's really interesting. Just a very quick answer. If you could answer a follow-up question to that.
Yeah. About posting last year lecture video prior to the class. I mean, I could do that sometimes. I told them but I do teach them live, and I said like, for some issues, like for telephone conversation, let's say if I want to teach them some pattern, I taught them in class, but I told them that if you want,
I think we're having a little bit of a
watch
connectivity
it again,
issue with Dr. Wipapan, but I think she'll be back shortly. We'll wait a couple of moments.
Hello.
Hi,
got disconnected.
Yep.
See, this is how it can happen. So sometimes I made like I recorded a video for the students for some readings that students have to go through. I recorded it and then I played a video from last year. I mean, I just recorded it just from me talking about the reading, go through with them, and then I just say, you watch it beforehand, and then we can discuss about this in class. Because in the past, we had to do everything in class, but now I can just let them watch it beforehand, like, oh, I can explain all the vocabularies and terms, and then we come back and discuss this in class. I used some video last year, and then I used some this year, but it works because they could take time to understand everything. And then when we are back in class, we can discuss things more. Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you
that's
for
really,
the question.
yes, thank you so much, Dr. Wipapan, for the answers and for the presentation as well. And thank you also to all of our presenters for session 3, and to all our participants who stayed on. We are now going to be taking a lunch break, and I'm guessing all of you will be doing the same. We will resume at 2:15 p.m. Malaysia time. And at 2:15, we will have session 3 of presentations, which will be moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Nur Azza Hamzaid, Unit Head for Research and Development at ADAC Universiti Malaya. And at 3:30, we will have a forum discussion moderated by Dr. Zahiruddin Fitri Abu Hassan, Deputy Director for E-Learning Innovation and Technology, when they'll be discussing on supporting implementation of personalized learning. So we will see you at 2:15 p.m. Malaysia time. Enjoy your lunch. Bye.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back at our afternoon session of Asian University Network Technology Enhanced Personalized Learning, our third symposium. Welcome back, everybody. This is our third presentation session. And with us right now, we have a list of presenters to be sharing their expertise and experience with us. Allow me to introduce our first group of speakers for today's session 3, Ms. Neo Wei Leng and Mr. Isaac Ko from Singapore Management University to share their story on TERESA, data analytics for monitoring and evaluating funded technology-enhanced learning projects. So if Ms. Neo and Mr. Isaac is ready, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much. Just allow me to share my screen.
Of course.
If I can just check that you can see my screen.
Yep, good.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so hi, good afternoon. My name's Isaac. With me, I have my co-presenter, Wei Ling. We're from the Center of Teaching Excellence here in the Singapore Management University. And we bring you greetings from a not very sunny Singapore. Here's a picture of part of our lovely campus in the city in better days. So our topic today, as you can see from the title of the slide, is Harnessing Data Analytics for Monitoring and Evaluating Funded Technology-Enhanced Learning Projects. So that's really quite the mouthful. So allow me to begin with the ending part of that title, Technology-Enhanced Learning Projects, or TEL projects for short. What are TEL projects? They're projects simply which use technology to help students achieve the learning outcomes of any given course. SMU funds an annual competitive grant which supports the creation and use of TEL projects and tools. And this grant has supported the development of about 5 to 10 projects each year on average. So the images in the slide are taken from our website and are a sampling of the projects which have been developed so far. You can find out more about each project by following the link at the bottom of the slide. And not to worry, I understand these slides will be distributed later. The simple flowchart in this slide outlines the governance of the TEL grant and projects. So the TEL project, the TEL budget, is approved at the university level. At the second level, projects are overseen by the Office of the Provost, which also oversees our department, and the Faculty Advisory Committee for Teaching and Learning, headed by the Vice Provost for Education, and also comprises members from the 6 schools in SMU. Our department, the Center for Teaching Excellence, performs a number of functions related to the TEL grant. Firstly, we conduct grant administration. We provide pedagogical consultation in the design of these TEL projects. We manage the resources involved in creating them. We follow up with the evaluation of student learning, and we also report these findings to various stakeholders. We serve instructors who implement these projects and the students, of course, who use them. The students' experiences with the projects are evaluated with a survey, and then the survey results are summarized in personalized reports for each instructor. Furthermore, CTE also acts as the reviewer of TEL project proposals, and we ensure alignment to learning objectives. We also keep a keen lookout for projects with the potential for wider application across SMU. I should note here that in light of SMU's current efforts in blended learning, where instructors can substitute up to 1/3 of their contact hours with online learning, we expect the TEL grant and number of projects to grow. And earlier, in fact, one of the professors at our university shared about his blended learning project. Now, in terms of the phases in the development of a TEL project and the associated data with each stage, with this simple chart to present, most of our TEL projects actually fall into the categories of the subscription and exploration funds. The subscription fund applies to products that already exist on the market and funds the instructor's use of such products. For example, WooClap and Padlet. The Exploration Fund covers original projects that instructors conceptualize. These are developed with the instructor by CTE or developed by vendors with the instructor and CTE. And if you were here this morning, Prof. Yuanto's project actually falls under this. The development process of a TEL project can be described in approximately 5 steps, from proposal to implementation and improvement. Each step has some data associated with it, such as information from the project proposal, costs and projected net benefit, which are considered at the approval stage, and student survey data at the point of the project's implementation and use. So we use this survey data to help improve the use of the project or the project itself. Now, if I may go on, I would like to introduce TERESA at this point, which isn't another colleague of ours, but it's short for TEL Reporting System and Administration. Fundamentally, TERESA is a system that facilitates data analytics, comprising both processes and software solutions. It does this primarily by monitoring the development milestones, usage, and student learning outcomes of our TEL projects. In terms of the features of TERESA, it acts as a repository of documents and as an authoritative source of data about our TEL projects. It includes a dashboard component as well, which allows for data at a glance, or data that can be easily accessed and easily understood. It also allows for data to be easily broken down and viewed by project, term, and so on. It also visualizes data for reporting to various stakeholders. Now, the benefits that we anticipate and in fact are already enjoying are we have better informed decision making. Decisions taken pertaining to TEL projects include starting, maintaining, stopping, and upgrading them. We're also hoping to more easily identify positive trends in usage and student learning outcomes. We can personalize feedback to each instructor, which ideally would lead to an improvement in the project itself or the way it's used in the classroom. And another outcome is increased efficiency because monitoring project usage and accessing data takes place much more quickly. In terms of the components of TERESA, here's just a quick overview. Most of the software solutions you see here are available as part of the Microsoft Office 365 suite. And we also use RStudio at the bottom here to generate reports in the form of Word documents. So just a few things to highlight from this table. Firstly, Teams provides an easy way to access these different solutions. And for most of my colleagues, it's the interface through which they access the different parts of TERESA, including the dashboard. In terms of a dashboard solution, we have found Power BI to be both powerful and fairly accessible. A significant benefit is that if you're already a subscriber to Office 365, the cost of using Power BI for a small team is actually quite affordable. Staying within the Office 365 ecosystem also means that we can move data around using Power Automate, which we also use to send various notifications to different team members. So here are two simple flow charts that display these software components in use. And we'll focus on the more interesting flow chart on the right. So this one here, which pertains to the use of TEL projects during term time. So for each TEL project used, we issue students with a survey to find out their perception of the project. We first create the survey in MS Forms. At the same time, we also consolidate information on usage of the project, including number of users, the dates of use, the courses it's used in, and this belongs to an Excel workbook in Teams. When it comes to administering the survey, Power Automate does two things for us. Firstly, it sends an email notification to the relevant project IC, who then contacts the instructor to help in distributing the survey. Secondly, it also forwards the response data collected in the form to a consolidated database. Power BI also does two things. Firstly, it helps us to monitor the responses to the forms and lets us know if an adequate response rate has been reached. And we also use it to process the response data and visualize it. At the same time, we use RStudio in parallel, passing it data, and we process it separately to generate reports for instructors using these TEL project data. So at this point, I'll pass the time over to my colleague, Wei Ling.
Hi, my name is Wei Ling. So Isaac has briefed us about the TEL grant and how TERESA was built to support my center's efforts in managing the grant, monitoring development and implementation cycles of TEL projects. So need to change the next screen. Yep. So what you see now on the screen is an example of a TEL project, co-founders of the North. It was developed 5 years ago for SMU's business school, Lee Kong Chian School of Business. Students play this multiplayer strategy game in class to learn about the factors involved when making strategic decisions. I'm going to do a quick demo of the dashboard component of TERESA created with Power BI. I'll go through just one page of the dashboard, and hopefully that's enough to give a flavor of how we monitor a TEL project and what interacting with the dashboard is like. What we are looking at is the project view page. This page focuses on a single project across the terms. We collect usage data, such as like where the students come from, which school, the number of courses, and how many terms, or how many runs that the project has been used previously. We also collect the number of users in each term. And if I can zoom in a bit, what we are seeing here is like a 2-color column. You can see the green one is the respondents and the yellow one is the non-respondents. So by having this data, we can note an indication of the response rate. And for those who have very low response rate, we will quickly ask the instructors and or the student assistant to help us to collect more responses from students. Power BI also gives us the ability to create customized tooltips. So here, when I hover over the column for one term, it gives me a breakdown of the responses by course. And over here on the right side, you can see the learning matrices that we monitor. Basically, we use them to let us know how well the students think of the TEL project and their learning experiences with it. So the first one you can see now is the Net Promoter Score. Although it's more commonly used to measure customer loyalty, but we felt that this is also something that can be used as another measurement of satisfaction. Another metrics we use is the average knowledge gain, which Yuanto mentioned, that we measure difference in the knowledge before and after using the TEL tool. Third, learning effectiveness measure. This consists of various sub-skills such as quality of content, motivation, engagement. And lastly, of course, student satisfaction. So with this, I end off the demo of the dashboard. And with TERESA, it becomes easier and faster for me during the evaluation to report the quantitative data to any instructor. TERESA takes care of the computation and visualization. So for me, when I was doing the evaluation, I would draw from the same database and be able to create personalized reports for instructors. So for example, in the next few slides, co-founders of the North. So this is like the almost like the first page when you see when the instructor received the reports, we give them a breakdown of like how many students participated in this questionnaire and the number of and where they are coming from, which school and which course. Next slide. Again, PET test to see whether the co-founders of the North was effective in improving students' knowledge about the content. Net Promoter Score and the breakdown of categories. How many are the green zone promoters versus how many are the red zone detractors, and of course satisfaction. So at this point you could see that next slide. At this point you could see that one limitation of TERESA that we are facing is Power BI is actually built for quantitative data. So for open-ended responses like these, we are currently analyzing them manually. And this is definitely one area of improvement that we have already identified, and we are exploring options now. So, okay. So in conclusion, from conceptualizing to the implementation of the pilot run of TERESA, we took around 1.5 years. And from our experience, TERESA has benefited the different groups of stakeholders of the TEL grant. First of all, our students reap the benefits of improved teaching practices over time with TEL tools. Instructors can learn from their students' feedback through their personalized reports and improve their teaching for future cohorts. And as for the Center for Teaching Excellence, as both the faculty developer and the grant administrator of the grant, of the TEL grant, we have reaped two benefits. CT can identify instructors who did well in using a particular tool and invite them to share their best practices in our workshops. And it's also much easier to monitor the student survey response rates, identify which project has poor response, and then get help to resend the survey from the students. And so moving forward, we anticipate that TERESA would help us to identify trends in the TEL grant. And in concluding, in building up the big picture of our TEL projects with data, our perpetual hope is to keep improving learning outcomes for our students and to cement a stronger foundation for supporting instructors in their creation and use of TEL project and all tools. Yep, thank you. And we hope you have enjoyed our presentation. Please feel free to get in touch with Isaac or me if you have any comments or suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neo and Isaac. We did enjoy it. Yeah, it's amazing how TERESA was born in 1.5 years. Yes. We have a question here from Dr. Zahiruddin. Shall we take that? How does the TEL projects link to TERESA system? Is it built into all the project flow or is it included separately? Maybe a question for either Neo or Isaac.
Yeah, I can take that one. So the TEL projects generate data at different points, and those data is because the advantage of using Microsoft 365 is that everything lives in one ecosystem and it's accessible to different software solutions within the ecosystem. So we have data that moves around within the 365 ecosystem. So far, it lives on different Excel sheets actually, and then that data is then drawn into a common database that our dashboard is built, is taking data from. Yeah. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, Dr. Zahir, I hope that answers the question. Yeah, I do have a question on the parameters that you chose for you to display. Was that derived from a specific study or benchmarking or based on needs analysis? Would you like to share a little bit more on that?
Sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, I was referring to the parameters that you display, the indicators. Yeah, was that a newly developed or newly identified parameters, or have you been using those kind of parameters all the while without TERESA?
You must be someone who does evaluation work because I could tell, you know. Exactly. This is a good question. In fact, the matrices you have seen just now were the new ones. We have actually re-evaluate our matrices last year or the year before, and the data that you're seeing now was actually the pilot runs of the new survey instrument as well as with our new TERESA. Yes.
And
so
I'm sure
yeah. So basically, what were the major changes between the old matrices and the new matrices will be things like the self-paced learning, because we didn't have self-paced learning previously. And another thing is we wanted to streamline the number of questions the students have to answer. So in our previous survey, we have a lot of questions for engagement, like cognitive engagement, behavioral engagement, but becomes too many engagement questions, and we streamline that as well. So yeah, right about that.
Thank you so much. Let's see. From Levin, we expect universities to continue to invest in the development of digital learning resources. I think that's a comment, an additional comment from SMU. It is useful, therefore, to create a reporting tool to justify the use of funds. Thank you so much, Levin.
I think I was just trying to explain kind of our motivation to develop TERESA. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just another follow-up question. How much access does the student have in order for them to understand the different courses that they are taking? For example, maybe does that help into them selecting elective courses or things like that? Or is it still at the academic management level, the outcome of the TERESA?
Yeah, at this point, TERESA's intention is not so much for student use. The students benefit indirectly, of course, but primarily it's for instructors and for ourselves as well, who have an overview of all the different TEL projects. Yeah.
Nicely done. Thank you so much for sharing about your beautiful TERESA. I will close this session from SMU and I will invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Teo Chin Hai from Universiti Malaya. And the title of the presentation is Advancing Co-Creation of Reusable Learning Objects, RLOs, to Digitize Healthcare, the ACoRD project. Dr. Teo, you may.
Hi, thanks Azhar for the introduction.
You're welcome.
Okay, so yeah, before I share my slide, I just would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to share about this project. So this is my first time joining this symposium, and I find the presentation before me was really, really interesting. Yeah, so very, very glad to have to be invited to join this symposium. Okay, share screen. Okay, are you seeing my slide? Yes, thanks Azhar. So hi again everyone, good afternoon. So today I'll be sharing with everyone about this project that we have. It's called the ACoRD project, Advancing Co-Creation of RLOs, okay, to digitize healthcare curricula. My name is Chin Hai and I'm from the eHealth Unit, Faculty of Medicine, University of Malaya. Okay, so just about what I'm going to cover today is, first is about the project itself, the ACoRD project. Secondly, it's about the RLO. What is it actually? Okay, and how we develop the RLOs and the evaluation of the RLOs and beyond this project itself. Okay, so about the project, just a quick one. The project started since November 2018 and it just ended a few weeks ago, okay, mid of May. It is actually a capacity building project to develop RLOs in Malaysia. And we were taught by the experts from University of Nottingham, UK, and University of Stavanger from Norway, Karolinska Institute from Sweden, and it's funded by the Erasmus Plus European Union program. So in Malaysia, there are three of us: Universiti Malaya, UPM, Universiti Putra Malaysia, as well as Taylor's University. Okay, so these are us when we went to UK for the first training in a project. And as I mentioned, it's a capacity building project. We went to Nottingham and we were trained by the Nottingham expert to develop RLOs. And subsequently, when we came back, we conduct training for the local experts, local lecturers and technologists to develop RLOs for their own teaching. Okay, so first we did in and then there's another big one in UPM, and recently we had a final one in Taylor's. There are also a lot of small workshops along the way as well. So as I mentioned, we just ended our project. We had the final dissemination event in April last month in Taylor's University's virtual experience hybrid learning theatre. Okay, so just to share, so we have won some award from this project as well. Okay, so what is an RLO? Enough for the project. What's an RLO? As you can see there, RLO is an interactive multimedia web-based resource that is based on a single learning objective that can be used in multiple contexts, which explain the word reusable. It can be used anytime, anywhere, and whenever the participant is, whenever the user or learners are comfortable with. Okay. Now, if you look into more details, it's based on evidence. Okay, the content was based on evidence, and we follow some pedagogy design theory as well as multiple learning theories. And as what the Prof Yuanto, Prof Zoraini mentioned this morning, the learning materials have to be bite-sized, which is what we follow as well. That our RLOs are usually 5 to 15 minutes max, because we're following this Mueller law that say humans' working memory can last only about 7 or plus and minus 2 minutes. Okay, so and again, each RLO only have one single learning objective. It uses mixed media, it's standalone, interactive, and it's designed by community where we involve students or patients, healthcare patients, hospital patients when we develop the RLO. And part of the stages, the RLO is sent for peer review. Okay, so if you're interested to know more about RLO, you can visit the website called Helm Open. Just Google HELMOPEN Open. This is the Nottingham University UK's original RLO repository. Okay, so subsequently, after they have trained us, we have developed about 23 RLOs in Malaysia. So for the UN team, we focus on clinical topics ranging from prescription writing, family medicine, to social media professionalism, doctor-patient relationship, and even to cardiac output, DNA repair, and so on, biomedical topic. Okay, so quite a wide range of topics developed in the Malaysian RLO repository. Okay, if you have the time, please visit the ACoRD.my website. Okay, just to have a feel about it. But if not, I'll just quickly show everyone what is it about. Okay, so if you go to this ACoRD.my website, okay, I think it's quite simple. If you click on the RLO repository or catalog page, you'll see quite a lot of them, as I described just now. And there are some communication-based RLOs, some about geriatrician, factors affecting nutrition. There's even something very broad, literature search. And today I'm just going to show everyone just one RLO, which is the prescription writing one. Okay, so as mentioned just now, our RLO is developed together with students, where students actually draw up the content of this RLO. It's not by us, it's not by the lecturer itself. Okay, what you're going to see here is actually idea from the students. Okay, so this is about prescription writing, how to write a proper prescription, being a doctor or pharmacist and so on, if necessary. Okay, if you click next, in the first, just now that page was actually the evaluation page, which we have finished. We will be taking it off soon. So if you look at the first page here, it's about a girl who came into the clinic with noisy breathing and so on and so forth, the symptom. There's a short video about it. Okay, this is how the student wanted to start, to tell Amalina's story. Okay, then we talk about how prescription, that sheet of paper itself, how is it being used? How important is it? Where is it being used in the long flow of clinical setting? Yeah, it can be used in a pharmacy, even in doctor's office, and so on and so forth. So where does the prescription play a role? It's very important for the students to know. Okay, if you go to next, we sort of tell the student what are the anatomy, or what is in the prescription itself by using this hover over activity. Just hover over something and then it will explain to you, okay, this section should have what, and so on and so forth. Okay, it's a hover over activity. If you click next, this is about route of administration. If you realize, maybe some of you have seen or have received a prescription from a doctor, the doctor write all short form stuff. Do you know what it means? If you want to know, feel free to learn it from here, okay? Sometimes the doctor write PO, what does it mean? It means per oral, okay? SC, sometimes, what is it? Subcutaneous, and so on and so forth, yeah? Besides those, they also write things about the frequency and the duration of taking the medicine, things like OD. I think a lot of people might see OD, which is once a day, once daily. Yeah. So we ask the student to learn from this drag and drop activity. So ON means once a night, or TDS, QIDS, so on and so forth means their own thing. Okay. If you want to know about it, just come and learn here. Okay. Besides the frequency, how frequent you should take a medicine, it's also about how long you should take the medicine. Okay. Sometimes you see the doctor write 1/7. Okay, what does it mean? Is it 1 week? Is it 1 day? Is it 1 month? And so on and so forth. Okay, you can come and learn it here. Okay, so subsequently, I think there's this spot the error. Okay, there's this sample prescription. We want the student to spot the error. So they have to find something on the prescription. Okay, this PCM. Okay, so avoid writing abbreviation. You should not write short form in prescription. You should write paracetamol, right? Okay, there are two mistakes there. And then this is another activity for the student to try out. Okay, this one, okay, another example, you must write 0 point. You shouldn't write just starting with point. Okay, there's another one here. And last but not least, we ask the student to write the prescription based on what they have already learned, the PD, the 1/7, and so on and so forth. Okay, based on Amalina situation. Okay, after you wrote everything, then you will see the answer. This is how you should write it. That's all for what the student should learn about how to write a good prescription. This is summary page. And then this is the post-evaluation questionnaire. We will remove it soon. And then we also ask for a feedback from the user. Okay, with extra resources. So that's how it looks like in one RLO. Okay, so let's go to the development process of RLO, how we develop it. So we develop the RLOs following the ASPIRE, Aspire framework. First, we set the aim, okay, by having a stakeholder workshop. But for this ACoRD project, we actually conducted a survey with the student and lecturer. We sent them the whole list of the curriculum and we asked them to vote which topic you wanted to convert to e-learning material. Okay, so once we decided on the topic itself, learning objective, we conduct a storyboarding session. As you can see, students draw out the content, what they want to look like in the RLO itself, and then they present their idea. Okay, and then after that is the population stage. Population means populate the content, not a people population. So the lecturer will actually take back the idea and start to write page by page what should be in each page of the RLO. Once that is done, there's this review process to validate or evaluate the content. Then starts the implementation, which is the technical development process. And once the RLO is developed, we review it again to test out any problem, any bugs, any suitability or anything not suitable for the content and so forth. So after I is complete, then we release for teaching and learning. And as you can see in the RLO just now, there's also this feedback form, or we constantly evaluate how we use or how the student thinks about the RLO, whether it's beneficial to them or not. So just more pictures for you to see students as co-creator. And just to say that we try to personalize the content of our teaching material to students. As you know, students in this generation might be different from the past era. So personalize the students' needs as much as possible. Again, storyboard, but in UPM, this one. And this is how the storyboard looks like, yeah, just example. So due to the pandemic and we had lockdown as well, part of the storyboards, as you know, 23 RLOs that we have developed, some of them were storyboarded using online method where we use Mural. Okay, same process but just different because we cannot have physical meeting. We use Mural. And the participants are happy. They very like it because it's fun and creative way of learning. They are able to voice up their opinion. Students and lecturers enjoy it and really like the process. All right. So, okay, I think that's all about development. I'm going to go into evaluation. So I'm just going to share with everyone about the reaction and learning. Okay, we aim to evaluate users' reaction on using the RLOs and its impact on learning. Why did I say reaction and learning? Because we follow Kirkpatrick's model for learning. Okay, learning in this model, reaction is the lowest level, which is about whether the learners or users enjoy the learning material. Learning is about whether the learning or knowledge transfer actually occur. Impact is about whether behavior change or not, and results is whether it improves the performance. So in this our study, we just focus on level 1 and level 2. Okay, so as shown earlier, we embedded the questionnaire within the RLO itself so that it runs automatically, and it's sort of a pragmatic approach to evaluate the RLOs. And the users are not forced; they have the option to answer or not answer, yeah, in the questionnaire. So similarly, 6 weeks later, we want to know what's happening over time, whether they still remember the knowledge or not. So we send the same questionnaire 6 weeks later, just to assess whether they still have the knowledge or have they've forgotten about it. Okay. So in the reactions part, we ask usefulness, we ask about user friendliness, and there are some open-ended reaction questions, and we analyze descriptively and thematically. In terms of the learning, we ask questions on knowledge specific to that RLO itself. Like just now we went through the prescription writing one. We ask them about the proper or the correct content in the prescription, for example. And we also ask them about their confidence in writing a prescription before and after using the RLO. Okay, so we use some differential steps to analyze. So besides reaction and learning, we also specifically measure the number of users in the RLO. As of February, we got about 7,000 something people who have accessed the RLOs, and they were from 11 countries globally. Why 11 countries globally? Besides using it in our own personal teaching, we actually open it for widely use as well. That's why it's reached out to many other countries globally. So as you can see, a lot of them are higher education students. Some are doctors as well, and patients, and some are lecturers. So I think similar to past presenters, our students like it very much as well. They say it's very helpful, 99%, and they would recommend it to others, 98%. And the open-ended questionnaire that we asked, most of them say it's for learning, it's part of posting, and same to learn and to learn. This is from the second row is from UPM, the third row is from Taylor's University. We run our own evaluation and we present together here. So what do you like most about the resource? A lot of students say it's easy to understand, easy to use, interactive. So sorry about that. So it's interactive, simple, and it has some video. And what do you least like about the resource? A lot of people say none. And obviously, there are some things that we need to improve as well. Things like video, more questions, and so forth. Okay, in terms of learning, so just look at the chart over here, the aggregated score, knowledge score. Before using the RLO, the knowledge score is 6.7. It can range from 0 to 10. Immediately after using, it went up to 8.6. And 6 weeks later, it dropped a little bit, but it's still better than the pre. Okay. Similar to confidence score. Before using 2.7, after using 3.7, after 6 weeks, dropped a little bit. And still significantly different as compared to pre. Okay. Just to say that the students really like it, and then the learning itself improved immediately and over time. Similar finding was reported by the UK team as well, that the knowledge improved before and after, but our study this time have also shown that over time, the RLO is also good to retain knowledge. Okay, there are some limitations, but okay, just to say quick one, there are some low sample size at 6 weeks. Okay, and then the baseline score, remember, it was quite high because we did not restrict to new learner. Some people who already know about prescription writing, they still join and then they got full mark. Okay, we did not restrict the inclusion criteria of the study itself. Okay, so beyond this project, right now we just want more people to use it, as many as possible. If you find that these RLOs are related to your teaching, feel free to use it. Okay, just visit ACoRD.my. Okay, we have also cataloged ourselves in Malaya. Okay, and we have shared and teach more people beyond our own institution and UPN and Taylor's. We have also taught doctors from SingHealth Polyclinic in Singapore to develop extra RLOs for patients who are thinking about starting insulin. Should I start insulin? Should I not start insulin? So it's very useful for the patient. We also develop more about prostate cancer screening for the doctors, because as you know, prostate cancer screening is a little bit controversial. It's not not everyone should do it. Okay, so how doctors should manage it. And the UPM team is also developing more for physical activity or physical health for their patients. Okay, just also to mention, we also conducted hackathon with the students, and they have created many interesting storyboards on patient safety topic. And we have been sharing about RLOs, just like what I'm doing right now. People have approached us to develop more RLOs, and we have more than 23 now. These are 3 more, which is on phlebotomy, developed with biomedical students. Okay, this I think is probably my last slide. If you are interested, not selling things here, if you are interested to learn more about using RLO or co-creating RLO for your teaching and learning, feel free to register in this link just to express your interest. We'll get back to you. We will probably conduct some workshop and so on in the few months down the road. Okay, I think that's all from me. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Chin Hai, for sharing that project. Lots and lots of resources, I believe. It's good for patient education as well, right? So I guess my first question, before I see any chat questions on the chat section, is this accessible to public? How accessible is it to those who are not medical students?
Yeah, so this website is open access. You just go to ACoRD.my, you'll be able to access all the RO. No need to log in and so on and so forth. It's just that link, you can access it. So for I think the question from Lasiniel, should I address them, Dr. Azhar?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so thanks, Pelinda, for sharing the link. Yes, so far right now, because when we started, it's about healthcare and biomedical science, even medical graduate, medical program as well. You can use some of the RLOs have been developed. So if actually the mechanism or the methods of developing RLO can be used for more than healthcare, it's just that myself, I came from medical faculty, so it makes sense for me and my team to start in a medical or healthcare topics. But it can be used for anyone.
That's wonderful. I think that's the standard now that you have set for other disciplines to also jump into the bandwagon. From Leven, are all the RLOs co-created with students?
Yes. Dr. Leven, most of it, yes. There are just a few that we have repurposed from the Nottingham one. Most of them, yes. Even the Nottingham original ones that we have repurposed, they were co-created with students. Yeah. So that's why the topic of our project is about co-creating.
And is it always done in the course where it will then eventually be used, or how do you find the students to work on this?
So most of the IROs actually developed by the lecturer who are already teaching something. Okay, they feel that, oh, this component perhaps is a bit boring, I need to improve it. So they talk to us, and then we help them to create something more interesting, hopefully more useful for the student. Okay, so there are also some that actually is with patient, hospital patient, yeah, and not just students.
Okay, thank you. We have one last question from YouTube. Dr. Teo, what platform do you use in RLO creation? So these are available to institute, not within the ACoRD. You've mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one, Isati. For right now, the programming itself, we actually code it using HTML5, but we are setting up a system where lecturer can now develop it themselves. Something like Articulate, but it's called the Zerte, S-E-R-T-E. So we are setting that up as well so that our lecturer who have joined our workshop can develop their own. For right now, for the past RLOs, it has been quite taxing for our team because we are the one who help the lecturers to develop it, which is not so sustainable in the long run because we can't be like helping everyone.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chin. I'm sure you can continue addressing the question from the chat section. There's one last question from the YouTube, but on Kirkpatrick's model, but because of the time limit, we will close your session right now. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. I will now invite our last speaker for session number 3, Associate Professor Dr. Chailerd Pichitpornchai from Mahidol University, Thailand. The title will be Psychomotor Domain Skills Development in TEPL. Please welcome.
Thank
Prof.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to show my PowerPoint. So I would like to share my screen. One moment, please. Share advanced and portion of screen shared. Okay. So what I'm talking about is about psychomotor domain skill development. I'm not sure why the frame doesn't show up like that. Okay. So for the skill development has been recognized as could be the most important one to teach online. Well, the objective of this talk is after the talk, you will be able to analyze and identify cognitive components from the psychomotor domain, which is very essential because normally psychomotor domain must be developed face-to-face mentally. And the second objective is to develop and evaluate psychomotor skill by using the technology-enhanced personal learning tools. And I'd like to introduce some technology-enhanced tools to you as well. Well, I like to go back to the basic education concept. As you can see that we use the OLE or laying down the objective or learning outcome according to the Bloom's taxonomy, the CPA, which is composed of cognitive domain, which can be learned on the internet very easily because we can listen to, we can read, we can watch video. It's very easy for that. However, on the second task here about the psychomotor, psycho is your brain or your mind and motor is your body. You have to command from your mind or brain to command your muscles to contract and to do some hand skill or some manual skill mostly. And it could include other kind of body parts as well, up to your occupation or your sports player. If you're a football player, you need to have very skillful foot to kick off the ball. And the last one is about your heart, the affective or attitude domain. Actually, what we are going to focus on today is on the psychomotor domain. And once you have laid down the objective already, then we will come back to the learning process. The learning process for psychomotor, mainly, as I said before, we need face-to-face hands-on experience of coaching, mostly. So it is very challenging to do it online. And lastly, you have to evaluate either or both formative and summative evaluation. Well, for psychomotor domain, it includes all muscular skills or skeletal muscle contraction that it is under your voluntary control. That means you can command from your head what you want to do with your arms, with your hands, with your legs and other body parts. And finally, it will generate the motor learning for you. So mostly in normal learning would include hand movements, which is the most essential one, and it is the most challenging one as well. Other part that can move, like speaking a language or singing a song, well, these are all muscles as well that need to be trained face to face. But however, there are a number of software nowadays that provide us to learn to speak a new language online, and it can also evaluate online as well, and also for singing, including playing some musical instrument with your hands or your legs. Well, practices make perfect. So how do we do that? For the psychomotor competency, if you look at the left panel here, if we don't do it, we don't know that we cannot do it. It is called unconsciously incompetence. We don't know that we cannot swim until we jump into the river or into the swimming pool, and then we know that I can't swim. Then you try very hard to learn it. So you consciously incompetence. You know you cannot do it. So you practices, make perfect. So you will become consciously competent. So you know you can do it, but you need to use your consciousness to control all the time. But after you have been doing that for quite several years, you become your second nature, or it is your nature. So you're unconsciously competent. You can do it without your much concern in your head. For example, you can drive from home to your workplace without watching much on the street. Actually, you do it just by reflex. So if you look at the level of mastery, we start from a novice, a newcomer, and then you become intermediate users, and then you become an advanced user, and finally you become a master. You do it with your second nature. How can we practice? How can we teach our students to accomplish these different level of task or level of competency? Well, if you look at the Psychomotor taxonomy from Dave's definition, he divided that into 5 stages as follows. The first one is imitation. You just keep the student watching the demonstration, either live demonstration or video. What the student do is memorizing the process and action sequence and observe the gesture, the direction, the force, and they mentally copy into their brain. Actually, this part is not true psychomotor. He just copied into his head, into his brain. And well, in this part, it can be called knowledge part of psychomotor part. And this part, if you identify these knowledge out of the true psychomotor, then you can teach this at your convenience, say, put it onto the internet. So they can learn it on the internet without your concern. Well, what does the technology enhanced personalized learning play a role here? We can use self-paced learning material, for example, video clip, animation, or simulation. What happened if, which I'm going to show you in a minute. And you can use interactive application like Edpuzzle. How to evaluate the student? Maybe we ask the student to demonstrate their knowledge of part of the psychomotor by a written examination or typing or oral examination. I'll show you the example right now. I've written a software called Stitch software. It teaches our student, medical student, how to suture a wound. Here it is. One moment. Where is it? Well, I drag somewhere my software around here. Okay, what you can see here is the one-page application, just a page. And what the students need to do, read the instruction, say applying a suture. This is a lingual side or the tongue, and on the other side here is the buccal or the cheek side. So this is the right molar, the innermost one, and the mouth is down to the right here. So when this patient has got a wound, a V-shaped wound like that, what the student need to do is trying to learn how to suture with his manual skill. We train them here just the imitation part, okay? So they have a prerequisite of how to apply a needle onto a needle holder. And then at this part, they need to try to suture this wound. They learn by trial and error, by click and drag and release the mouse. Try this one. If I try clicking here, from here, click, and drag my mouse over here and release the mouse button, it gives the immediate feedback or formative feedback that you have attempted to suture from fixed to flap. It's not correct. What does it mean, fixed to flap? Actually, this side on the right-hand side here is fixed side, and the V shape here is the flap side. That means it can be floating over. So it's not good to click here, and on the way up, when the way of the curved needle coming up, it will lift up the V-shaped flap. So it's not a good suture. So it's warned that no, we cannot suture from fixed to flap, but must be suturing on the other way around. So they click on this way and click and drag to the other side. It said the suture, the stitch is too large. No, it's too large. It will destroy the structure behind below. So if you suture very tiny one, it's also complain. This doesn't make sense. So you have to make it right. Not too big, not too small, and suture it. Suppose that I suture this one, and then I suture this one, and then I assess my answer. It said incorrect. The apex must be secured. So you have to try over again. So the student will now suture from there to there. It's too large. No, not okay. So must be smaller. So make it smaller. Yes. And if I'm naughty, I suture like that. How does it make? Does it say anything? Yes, it's not a good place to do that. No, don't do that. So the student need to suture at a very carefully. I said, wow, the wound is very small. You don't need that many sutures. Try again. So too many is no good. So you try that one, and that one, and that one, 3 sutures. And then assess the answer for summative evaluation. It said, congratulations, blah, 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 blah. But it's also say 3 sutures are a little bit too many. So this complement text here is too many. So if he try again for the 4th or 5th time, this time he just suture like that and assess. He said, congratulations, 2 stitches are more than enough. You see that this simple animation or not simulation, this simulation of suturing a wound in the gum is quite simple. However, the student will learn the procedure, the direction, which direction should he do the suturing, and what is the interval, the frequency, the size, the location. And if you suture in the wrong place, it also gives you immediate feedback. So this is the way that we teach students for suturing or how to suture in their real life. And then they come, what is lacking is that you don't feel in your hand. What does it, is it hard or is it soft? You don't know. So they need to come to face. So this shows the first part of using simulation. What happens if I suture this way and that way? So it doesn't make any harm to the patient. You can do it at your own time. Okay, the rest of the slide will be very simple, and you can read it because it's just very simple from the internet. Well, this one, I would say that after you have done the first part, then the student need to be manipulated. What does it mean by that? It means that the teacher need to hands-on, use the hands-on teaching experience to teach them. After they have learned online suturing, then they come to the class for a hybrid class, face-to-face. What's next? For manipulation, you need to ask the student to perform under supervision and with the aid of hands-on teaching or verbal guide, and also give immediate feedback like the software that I showed you a few minutes ago. For precision is a higher level, then the student will learn by their practicing and they perform high quality tasks without assistance or supervision at all. So this also needs face-to-face. However, this could be go back to home and do the software again in their mental process, because you have some hands-on experience already, so they can practice in their mental process in this part. And on the fourth one is the articulation. It means that you need to articulate with other kind of knowledge or hand skill to include into this sojourning. For example, stop breathing procedure or injecting the anesthetics into the gum, which is not included in this one, but you need to include those for related knowledge and skill. And the last one, if you practice for a few years or more, then you will become your second major, you will become the expert. The evaluation will be very extensive. And also, again, you need to use the face-to-face evaluation. I think for the technology enhanced tools, I have shown you some of the simulation already, but nowadays there are many of these tools, for example, video animation, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and robot. I would say that these tools are expensive. Okay, even the one that I show you is also expensive because I have to ask a programmer to do that for me. And also in the room, if for the cognitive class part, you can use the polling, short answer in chat, as we can see from this morning session already, and other software as well. Well, for the speech, you can use the natural language processing or text-to-speech software or speech-to-text software. For example, the translation software, Siri in iOS, Google Voice Type, and so on. You can practice singing by using Earmaster, SingPro, or VSing, and a lot of other software as well. However, most of the time, for manual skill, we need specifically written software plus robot, which are expensive. And the one that is more is cheaper is hybrid learning. You use on-site hands-on teaching plus some online that you have distinguished or identified already at the very beginning. This is just an sample from Microsoft HoloLens. They provide a mixed real and virtual world experience. This one is also quite expensive, about $4,000 US. Yeah. So that's the end of my speaking. Thank you for listening and your attention.
Much, Associate Professor Dr. Chailerd. I enjoyed it myself, and the principles that you laid down was really useful for us to guide ourselves when we design new tools. I see a clap, applaud from Dr. Andaya from Philippines, I believe.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions, and since we are running out of time, I'd like to thank Professor Chailerd for the presentation, and we can all refer back to the 5 points up to naturalization on how should we address our designing of technology enhanced tool. So thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Oh, sorry, there is one question. One question from Dr. Levin. Were you able to see different student outcomes?
Yes, there are a little gap difference between online teaching and the face-to-face teaching, because the student, from the student side, they feel that they are not confident at all at the very beginning. And I encourage them to use the software at the very beginning because they couldn't make any harm to the software. So just try everything, but you cannot do that in real patient, right? You cannot just try stitching from this to there and there to there. No, you can't do that. But you learn that from the software. You can't do any harm to the software, but for your own knowledge and your own experience. After you have done that, say for 15 minutes or half an hour, then you will be very confident on applying the suture on the software, and you make no mistakes at all. Once you come to the class, we use a piece of chicken, fresh chicken, and make a V shape, and there's suture on the chicken, and that will encourage their confidence. And then when they come to the real patient, they have no worry at all. So the difference would be at the very beginning because they are not sure whether they should do and what can they do onto the software.
That's a lot of scaffolding for the teachers to prepare, but definitely beneficial. There's a request for a link to the software.
Unfortunately not, because it is not web-based. It is written in an old, well, the software is called a Toolbook. I'll type it for you, Toolbook. The software is Toolbook, which is produced by Asymmetrics, an American software firm in Bellevue in USA. However, this software has been obsolete. I use this software for over 25 years, and it works fine on the local PC machine. Unfortunately, they don't provide the web-based instruction, and the software engine is quite huge. By the way, this software tools is provided by Asymmetrics, who the owner is Paul Allen, Bill Gates' best friend.
Oh.
Yeah, about 25 years ago, I didn't believe that this software tool will be obsolete because produced by Bill Gates' best friend. However, you cannot purchase this Toolbook software anymore. They stopped support since early this year. So I have, so they stopped supporting the software since early this year. And the users all over the world is more than 1 million people. But we in the software, this software, we can still use it, but there is no support anymore. Sorry for that. I'll try to fix it out and let us know at a later time that I can transfer to HTML5 or some other thing.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for the sharing. And yes, just one of the challenges of technology enhanced learning, Levan correctly mentioned. With that, we will end this session 3. So I'll pass the screen back to Dr. Amira for us to take a little break before we go to the next session, the forum. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all our speakers, and thank you, Dr. Azza, for moderating session 3 of our presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, we've listened to many presentations today in the morning and recently just now this afternoon. And the symposium presentations that we have watched and listened to have offered a very interesting look at technology-enhanced personalized learning initiatives that our own colleagues and friends across ASEAN are undertaking. Moving forward is our panel forum, which will look at some of the lessons learned from technology-enhanced personalized learning and how we might forge ahead with TEPL. So to welcome our forum speakers and to moderate the forum, I am delighted to introduce my colleague, Dr. Zahiruddin Fitri Abu Hassan, the Deputy Director for E-Learning Innovation and Technology at ADAC University Malaya. Dr. Zahir has been with ADAC since 2014, formerly as Head of E-Learning, playing a key leading role in UM's online learning agenda. And he will now speak to other leaders in e-learning. And with that, Dr. Zahir, I will pass the screen over to you. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Amira. So again, to our participants, both in the Zoom meeting and also in YouTube, thank you for staying with us until, so now it's 3:30, almost 3:30 Malaysia time, and that will be about 2:30 Bangkok time, and also whatever time zone that you have across ASEAN. I believe that we are actually going across about 3 time zones, isn't it? And I think that shows that ASEAN is actually a big region, and we are forging ahead with innovative learning, and we are looking at trying to improve. We are always trying to improve student experience and also student learning in between our institutions. So let me first introduce to you the topic and the theme of our forum today with our panelists, the lead person for each country, Associate Professor Leven Demister from SMU, Associate Professor Nopal Pausawasti from Mahidol, and also Associate Professor Faralina Yusuf from Universiti Malaya. And so let me first begin with reading to you the synopsis for our forum today. So I would like to begin with an African proverb, which is, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So the future for learning is actually collaborative. Collaborative for students, collaborative for educators, and collaborative for universities. Despite that, we can see that learning can be personalized by leveraging on the available technologies and the understanding on how students learn effectively in this fast-paced world. As the higher education sector embraces digital transformation, the potential in providing a personalized, engaging, accessible, and flexible learning that appeals to the expanding learner demographics remain to be dealt with. From the presentations today, we see that there are several successful attempts from institutions and educators from the ASEAN region, and indeed we can be proud that we are moving in the right direction together. So the panel will provide a discussion for the sharing of experience in enabling their institutions to create a more personalized learning experience for the students, while at the same time foster greater collaboration and a more immersive learning experience. So let me explain a little bit the forum format for today. So we are going to have several rounds of questioning. The questions will need to be answered by all panels at each round. Each question may be followed up with additional clarification questions. And our audience, both from the Zoom and also from YouTube, are also welcome to ask follow-up questions at any point of the forum. So I will begin the questioning by going on the first round of our today's session. But before that, let me first read a short bio of all our panels, so that then we can we will be able to know who they are, and also then appreciate the experience and also the expertise that they have for us. Okay, so I would like to begin with Associate Professor Leven Demister. So he is the Associate Professor of Operations Management at the Lee Kong Chian School of Business and the Director of the Center for Teaching Excellence at SMU. So he received his Diploma of Electrical Engineering Telecommunications from the University of Ghent in Belgium before pursuing a PhD in Operations and Technology Management in the Anderson School of Management in the University of California, Los Angeles. He was in the Dean's Teaching Honor List for top 20 faculty members and also one of the recipients of the Richard A. Froon Scholarship from the American Society for Quality. His research interests include operations strategy, supply chain strategy, and sustainable operation. As an active and passionate educator, he has been teaching undergraduates and master students in SMU and INSEAD. He is also involved in teaching executives since 2001. Associate Professor Demister has also been actively involved in international conferences, academic talks, lectures, and panels. Our second panel is Assistant Professor Nopal Pausawasti. Sorry if I get that name wrong. Assistant Professor Nopal is the Director of Mahidol Library and Knowledge Center, Advisor of Division of Academic Affairs, Assistant Dean in Medical Informatics, and Vice Chairman of Medical Education Technology Center, Faculty of Medicine, Siriraj Hospital, Mahidol University. He received his Bachelor's of Education Technology from Srinagarine Wirot University, Thailand, a Master Degree of Fine Arts from Academy of Art University, USA, and a PhD with Education Information Technology from James Cook University, Australia. He specializes in e-learning development and instructional design, interactive multimedia courseware development, and teleconference. With his experience and specialty in education technology, he has been appointed as the consultant for College of Sports, Science and International College, and advisor of Division of Academic Affairs, Mahidol University. And our final panel member is Associate Professor Dr. Farah Dina Yusuf. She is currently the Director of UM's Academic Development and Enhancement Center, Universiti Malaya. She holds a PhD in two fields, Curriculum and Instructional Technology, CIT, and Human-Computer Interaction, HCI, from Iowa State University, USA. Dr. Farah actively researches and publishes in the area of higher education, Web 2.0, social media, educational games, and mobile learning. Dr. Farah has a wide experience in the area of teaching and training, both locally and internationally, and in the area of education, technology, and instructional design. Throughout her career, Dr. Farah has won a number of teaching awards, including the Universiti Malaya's Excellence Award for Teaching in 2011. She is currently involved in various transdisciplinary national and international collaborative research projects, including with the Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission, RMIT Australia, University of Hawaii, USA, Kasetsat University Thailand, East West Center USA, and with Central Escola University from the Philippines. Okay, so without further ado, let us begin the first round of the forum, so with the questions. So I would like to begin the question with a small description about personalized learning. So the term personalized learning or personalization, it refers to a diverse variety of educational programs, learning experiences, instructional approaches, and academic support strategies that are intended to address the distinct learning needs, the interests, aspiration, or cultural backgrounds of individual students. Because personalized learning has such broad implication and the term encompasses such a wide variety of potential programs and strategies, it might be difficult to determine precisely what the term is referring to when it is used. So my question to all three panels, we will start with Dr. Lieben first. How do you define personal learning in the context of your own teaching practice or your own institutional approach to education? And can you share examples of this in your institution? Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Zahri. So yeah, I mean, obviously we've heard a number of good definitions, I think, already for personalized learning, but you're right that it can be defined rather broadly. I like to think about it as two things. One is students making choices, and that's important, you know, so they have their own needs, their own preferences, their own styles, their own time of day that they want to do things. But I think the other part, I think that's clear also, is that it's about giving students feedback, right? So if students are able to ask questions, if they are able to then get those questions answered, if they're able to get feedback on the work that they produced, I think that makes the learning more personalized. So we definitely, I mean, at least in SMU, we think about it in those two terms, you know, quite clearly. And so kind of the other thing I was going to say is, you know, kind of what have I learned in the last 3 years about, you know, personalized learning, you know, since we started. And so, I mean, one thing that I would, you know, that I think saw confirmed was this idea of self-paced learning. I think that, you know, students are really taking advantage of being able to either fast forward through a video or you know, replay it. And so that's, you know, it seems like, you know, it was given as an example early on, but we've seen it confirmed over and over again. And so I think that's that has been a learning point for me. And so, and what I said earlier as well is, kind of we have to give students more opportunities to ask questions, to test their knowledge, to try things out, and then get feedback. And I think that technology has really enabled that. I think that's what one of the lessons is that the various collaborative platforms where we say, okay, is that personalized? Well, yeah, it becomes personalized because it allows students to get feedback on their work, on their questions. And we saw that one example of that was in one of our instructors in SMU. Excuse me for a minute. I'm getting a message on my computer. So one of the instructors in SMU, they have developed a tool where they allow students to do their learning journals, but then the tool actually mines those learning journals for doubts. So it gives a report to the instructor saying, here are the areas that that the students still have doubts about. And so the instructor may not to go back to each individual student, but they have a sense of the overall doubt that's in the classroom. And so I think, if an instructor can kind of respond to the general, kind of learning that's taking place in the classroom, I think that's also, it's not entirely personalized, but at least it's responding to that group of students who have a certain set of doubts. And so it's a great example of technology, kind of taking the comments from students into account for the instructor to adjust their teaching. The final example I will give is, for my own course, this is, I have a course that uses experiential learning where we do projects on process improvement in industry. And, one thing I started doing is to allow students to set their own learning goals. And so they write a learning plan. And then later on, that's in week 4, and then in week 15 or 16, they have a learning reflection. And so in their learning plan, they have to say, what's the goal? And how am I going to, say, for example, learn to present better or communicate better or collaborate better? So we have a set of, graduate learning outcomes that they can choose from. And what activities am I going to do in our project as a team member, to be able to practice these skills? And so, I mean, the findings there are that, I was very surprised students are very excited about this. They like to kind of set their own learning goals. And if you have an experiential learning course with rich projects, which mine is, it's actually quite feasible for different students to have different goals. And so that seemed to work quite well. And, the technology enhancement there is really, has to do with the fact that, with these collaborative tools, I can give quick feedback on their learning plans and their learning reflections. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Devon. So now we move to Dr. Nopo to answer the same question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sayudin, and good afternoon all. Hi, Dr. Levin and Farah. Okay, and I think in my opinion, maybe talking about the definition of the personalized learning, it is interesting to think about the terms like personalized learning and online learning, e-learning. It kind of related right now. I'm not sure that in the past it could happen in a classroom context or not, or we take the benefit of online learning right now, right here in the last couple of years. Because I can share with you that in Mahidol University, we didn't talk about personalized learning as much before, but when we joined the AUN-TEPL project, we start talking more about the personalized learning altogether with online learning. Okay. And as we know, when the pandemic began, we, both of the instructors and the student, have to jump into the online learning environment, right? And we teach from home, and students learn from home. Do we think it's totally personalized learning? I'm not so sure. this one, I think the participant can join us, can type their opinion about the chat that we all teach online and students learn online. Do you think it's all about the personalized learning? Are students really personalized and in their own space, like the Leng just mentioned before, right? It's different on the depend on the context that we design the learning for them, and they can what they can choose out of the design of our teaching method, right? And from the ongoing research project that we have done altogether under the AUN-TEPL, we have interviewed the instructor and the administrator, as well as the faculty developer in each university. And what I found in Mahidol University, they always relate personalized learning to online learning. It's become very much the same thing right now. They also mentioned about synchronous and asynchronous learning, okay? Because all of us use Zoom or WebEx for synchronous learning, right? Do you think it is personalized learning? Because it's one type of the online learning as well. But for the asynchronous learning, we use the LMS, right? It could be Moodle, it could be Google Classroom, it could be OpenEdX. Do you think that is more personalized learning or not? This depends on the context or the learning design you created for the student, and let them has the learning experience in their own ways, right? And for the definition based on the interview, I can share with you that the staff at Mahidol University said personalized learning relates to self-study, right? When learner could have different learning style and use technology to learn. It promotes learning flexibility in terms of times and learning style or approaches that helps learner to accomplish their goal anywhere and anytime with the content and the teaching and learning delivery method they prefer. So this is the conclusion of what we found from the research, from the perspective of Mahidol University academic staff. And if I like to show, I want to show some example from Mahidol University that we established the LMS system for the student called MUX, Mahidol University Extension, right? That one we have to train instructional design for our instructor because we want to create self-paced learning for students. It is not like live lecture, something like that, okay? So our instructor must understand the instructional design for online learning. So they will be able to create the online class for the asynchronous learning. That is one example. And I think this could lead to the context of personalized learning in Mahidol University, even though we did not use the term personalized learning at that time, okay? And beside that, the online assessment is an essential tool for the personalized learning as well, because only content delivery is not complete for the personalized learning. That's what I think. The assessment, including formative assessment and feedback, can help students to promote their personalized learning and their confidence to learn. This is very important that we found. Okay. Another thing that Mahidol University invest in LinkedIn learning for students. The LinkedIn learning platform always have the bite-sized content for the student, and they can take the benefit of LinkedIn learning. They can learn it anywhere and anytime on your own demand, their own demand. Okay, so this one I think is a good example of personalized learning in Mahidol University. The video is very popular right now. That I think most of us use the video, but there are two types of video we're using, and student request for that to use it at their own time. The first thing is pre-recorded video. Actually, as we all know that we record video before and we just put it in the learning management system. But another thing that students request is recorded live lectures, because they have to watch it again and again. They want to review it in their own time, personal time. So in this example, I think it could be personalized learning in terms of online learning itself, like LMS, but also in classroom learning. If we have some kind of media for students and they can decide what they want to make use of it at their own time, at their own place, it's become another aspect of personalized learning as well. Okay. And being said that, I'm thinking about a flipped classroom and blended learning. Okay, you can design this kind of learning element towards the personalized learning, because once you separate or do the breakout room or make a small group or assign students to do something, they use their own time, they use their own learning style to do the project or to do the learning process by themselves. They can develop themselves, and then they come back to see us to show what they have learned. So I think I would like to stop it right now to share about what is the definition. It is not the conclusion, but is have some sense of the definition.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Paul. So now I move to Dr. Farah. So in how do you define personalized learning in the context of your own teaching practice or the UM's approach to education? And please share some examples.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zahir, as the moderator of today's forum session, and good afternoon to my colleagues from SMU, Dr. Leven, and also Dr. Nopol from Mahidol University. So this is the disadvantage, a little bit of disadvantage of being the final person talking in a forum, because all the two great speakers earlier have already give you all sorts of things that I wanted to say. So what I am going to offer you today is maybe to introduce two concepts of personalized learning from my own observations and experience. Okay. First, I think to conclude all in what the other presenters have said, we can say that personalized learning is actually the shift of focus from teacher-centered learning to student-centered learning. I think that is the easiest way to understand what is personalized learning. So this definition is not new, but it has become something that is a little bit interesting, intriguing because of the COVID-19. Because previously, before COVID, we are doing it perhaps in physical way, but now we have to kind of transform what we know about student-centered learning into an online environment. So as one of the speakers earlier said, that if we think about student-centered learning, we should try to eliminate the element of one size fits all. Okay. The second term that I would like to introduce and talk about today is the concept of technology. Okay. So when we talk about personalized learning or student-centered learning, most of the time, and looking at many of the presentations today, we see a lot of technologies being highlighted, okay, which is one way of a good way to adapt or to use personalized learning. I would like to offer the concept of technology into hard technology and also soft technology. Okay, if I can conclude that. So if we think about technology as a hard technology, we are referring to physical devices that we use to help personalize this teaching and learning. For example, we use a lot of apps to help us do personalized teaching and learning. We also use a lot of assessment tools, web-based related technologies, And most important is learning management system. Okay, so in our University Malaya, we have Moodle-based learning management system, and we try to do a lot of provide a lot of features to help the lecturers and students feel the personalization of the LMS. Okay, so another aspect of technology is what we can call the soft technology. What is a soft technology? So this is, I think, much more focused on the human part of the technology. For example, focus on the pedagogical approaches, the delivery methods, as well as assessment to make sure that the students feel the personalization of their learning experiences. So if you think about the pedagogical approaches, as the other presenters have already mentioned just now, we think about the best approaches to deliver our content knowledge. Okay, we are talking about flipped learning, maybe case-based learning, project-based learning, and so on. And this also has been highlighted, the second aspect, which is the assessment. How do you make assessment much more relevant, much more personalized? So we are now moved from doing the summative and formal exam-based oriented assessment towards alternative assessment. And this is where we do a lot of projects, a lot of community services, and so on. And not to forget the third part, which is the delivery methods. And this is where the hard technology can help play in enabling the personalized learning. For example, all the Kahoot, the Edpuzzles, and whatever else that we already know. And from the presentations just now, I'm so excited to see a lot of personalization has been made, especially in the medical studies. And I hope that much more we can see in the social sciences as well. So that's it for now, Dr. Zahir, for this round. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Farah. So don't worry, this is not a competition. So you don't have to outdo each other. So and we are actually sharing experiences here. And to make it fair, we are going to have we are going to shuffle the order of people answering questions, so that then you don't run out of things to say. And I would like to sort of look at the to summarize the first round of questions, that because I can see a lot of parallel theme that comes up in the discussion by all three panels. So and we see words or keywords like feedback and goals and design experience cropping up between all three speakers. And also then the move into student-centered learning is actually to make sure that the learning experience actually can be felt by the students. So we have a follow-up question from the chat just now from Dr. Amira. So so this is maybe, and any one of you would like to jump in and ask and answer this question. So how can universities support time-poor academics staff who may be fearful or concerned about the added workload of developing TEPL resources? Anyone would like to answer that?
I'd be happy to give it a try. So, I mean, I was encouraged to see today, tools like, I think Lynn was talking about, what is it, H5P, and then I think, talking about Xerti. So I think we're looking for easy to use self-authoring tools. So that's kind of the technology to create the technology. I think that's going to be important. The other thing that obviously, we're kind of, we're trying to sell the digital resources as investments that instructors make that get a payoff over time, right? So we allow them to obviously reuse these resources over several years. And the other thing we're encouraging them to is to work together, right? So we have a number of courses where you have multiple instructors teaching the same course. Maybe they were not that coordinated at first, but now, you know, with the opportunity to kind of develop, say, pre-recorded videos or specific resources, if they can collaborate, obviously then, you know, many hands make a light load. And so therefore, you know, those are some of the ways, but it's a very good question. Yes.
Anyone else want to?
I would like to add a little bit, Dr. Zahid.
Yep.
Yeah. I totally agree with what Levan have said. I think the most important thing is to get help or support from somebody else. You can do this through the collaborative activities, sharing resources. And what I wanted to highlight is the institution itself should be very, very helpful to this kind of academics, not just the time poor people, but even normal people. The institution may have centralized help center, okay, academic center that provides services such as instructional designers, videographers, studio for us to reproduce much more resources to use. Yeah.
Okay. And Dr. Nopol?
Oh, yes. Are we talking about the media production, right? Right. I think this is the painful part of the online learning, the media production, because as we are the lecturer, we are not the profession for the media creation, right? And from my experience in Mahidol University, okay, we accept that the video is the most popular media, but it is too much for the instructor to record the video, to do the storyboard. We try to find some quick win, some software that easy to use and easy to make the contents. For example, like Canva, something like that. Okay, the free website application that we can provide the training and suggest to our lecturer or instructor that it is easy to use, and you make it short. Don't make it a long learning object. Okay, this could help them a lot. And now we do the experience sharing amongst the instructor in Mahidol University. That when they experience some easy web application and they share how to use it to others, lecturer or instructor in the Mahidol University, and they start using this kind of free web application to produce just a bite-size of learning object for students. And that one, I think it could help and it could shorten your production time. Okay.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nopol. So let's move to the second round of the question. And in the spirit of fairness, for this round, Dr. Nopol will be answering first, and then followed by Dr. Farah, and then Levan will go last. So the question is, so university educators, I mean us personally, have learned a lot during the pandemic on how our students learn, especially in a sort of a disconnected way, because they have to go online, isn't it? And so how do we offer a tailored support to learning for the university? So my question is, what are the lessons that you yourself have learned from the way education have been compelled to react to the events in the past 2-3 years? Example?
Okay, thank you. It's my turn, right? Okay, and I think we can all share the experience from each university with this question. I think in the past 2 or 3 years during the pandemic, I believe we all changed steadily from on-site to online learning activity, right? And of course it affects all of us in the university. For the experience from Mahidol University, that we have to change the teaching approach suddenly from classroom to online, right? And I discussed with the colleagues and the instructor in the university. They stress a lot because they never have the experience before. They have to learn the new technology, new tools, new paradigm, new platform to be able to deliver the content to the student. That's the beginning, okay? And it's not easy to deliver the practical class, the psychomotor, just like Dr. Chailerd said. With the cognitive domain, we can do it. Use Zoom, WebEx, or even though the LMS, right? But in Mahidol University, we are the health science university, okay? And a lot of curriculum, for example, like nurses, medicine, and dentists, they have to practice. They have to survive in these 2 or 3 years. It is not easy for them to deliver the practical class. Okay. At that time, we have to adopt the technology and continue teaching. And it's not perfect, that our lesson, right? However, we found a lot of challenges faced to our instructor and student. I would like to give you an example of the challenge that faced by the instructor. That first of all, they said by themselves that they have to change their own mindset. Before that, they never look at the online teaching and never interested in the online teaching. But right now, they have to use the online teaching and they have to change their mindset that they can do it, okay, with the university support. It is one thing that we have to support each other, okay? And they have to change the teaching approach to online. So they have to learn communication skill, the online communication skill. They said it's different from in classroom, because when you teach in Zoom or WebEx and students turn off the camera, that make them nervous, that they're not sure that whether students still there listening or can understand what they are talking about. This the thing that we learn, even though we have the tool, we have the technology. And the online learning support is very important right now, because normally we do not have to invest more about the technology staff, technical staff who support the IT system individually to the lecturer, because in the past, not every lecturer or instructor use Zoom or WebEx, but now everyone use. And if everyone has the problem during the teaching time, during the learning time of the student. So we have to support that. That is another thing that the university have to focus on that, okay? And another thing that they need the training, just like I said, training to use web tools, training to use web application to produce the content, the online content. It is very important. But for the student, their major challenge is the internet access and learning tools. For example, the mobile phone, the tablet, or the computer, because sometimes we have to use one or more device for students to access to the content or to the learning activity, especially the assessment, because we always worry about the cheating, always worry about what they're gonna do when they doing the assessment, for example. So we have to use more than one device to monitor students during the exam, something like that. Okay, and to react to this challenge, Mahidol University, I think, in order to promote personalized learning and online learning, the readiness in terms of online teaching pedagogy, the tools and technology, internet access, and online communication skill are the essential things that we have to develop. And even though Mahidol University provide tools such as Zoom, WebEx, or LMS, the free internet access for the student, but we learned that it is not enough to promote the personalized learning or online learning to be that effective. Okay, I mean, the instructor and the student right now gaining more confidence in online teaching and learning, but they still have some issues to deal with. Students still prefer in-class learning, okay? They cannot concentrate in the online learning for a long time, as we may know, even though synchronous learning or asynchronous learning, okay? So it could affect on the completion of the assignment as well, from my experience. And when talking with other lecturers, the instructor also worry about the student. Just like I said, when the student turn off the camera and they lack of the focus, and they're not sure that students are listening or not. I think we need some kind of monitoring tool, even with the assess synchronous learning and asynchronous learning, that to be ensure that the instructor and the student are connected all the time during the personalized learning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nopol. So, Dr. Farah, so what are your lessons in the past 2-3 years? What have you learned?
Okay, I think the most important thing that I have learned, and through my observations and also experience, I think that I'm amazed how people can actually adapt to changes. Okay, in Universiti Malaya, having been the director of the Professional Development Center to train the academic staff, we have been struggling to promote online teaching and learning, these pedagogical approaches for a few years. But when the COVID came, it's just suddenly all people wanted to change. So it's something that is interesting to see. And I think second lesson learned is the institution's willingness to also change along with the current trend. Okay, for example, during the online teaching and learning, what we really need is strategic direction and also guideline from the university on how do we do this. For example, how do we conduct classes? How do assessments look like in this environment, and so on. Okay, so I also wanted to highlight some of the challenges that I have seen throughout this past 2-3 years. The hidden costs that we have not yet or not thoroughly think about when we were doing physical teaching and learning, if I can say that. Okay, so the hidden cost is actually something that is very challenging. For example, we have to put more money to do subscription for the learning platform. Okay, and also some online meeting software or any assessment tools that we wanted to use. And surprisingly, we know that they are business owners. Of course, they are wanted to make money, but the price of this technologies, which is in the past is not too high, but suddenly it became much more higher. Okay, and also the preparation time for all the academic staff to prepare the digital learning resources, to prepare the videos, even the e-books, some of them using it, and other teaching and learning materials. Okay. We spend more time thinking about the content structure rather than focusing on how best we can deliver that, which is okay. I think it's a good thing also to do. And I also observe more demand for technologically skillful support staff because not all of academics are very well versed in technological skills. We do need help, and therefore we really look forward to a staff who can provide us the assistance.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Farah. And Levan, your lessons.
Yeah, and so I'd like to also kind of point to some of the things that maybe stood out for me as kind of reflecting back on the pandemic. And so even though I think we all had to get used to WebEx and Zoom, but I think in the end, it was interesting that some people actually, and me included, there are some advantages to Zoom and WebEx that you don't have in the regular classroom. Think about just ease of recording a class, and with all of the contributions there, the live chat channel is obviously something new that you don't really have in a face-to-face class. Students can easily share materials and presentation. You can say, hey, can you share this? They can show things quite easily. It's also, I think, now that we've used Zoom and WebEx, we can easily kind of schedule a video consultation with students. The office hours have become a lot easier, and you can do a quick, Zoom call with one of the student teams that are working on a project. So there's a number of students that are, sick, actually not well, they can still attend the class. So there are a number of advantages. And so I think what we see as we move into blended learning, where, we'll do a combination of online and face-to-face, I think instructors will still take advantage of these tools that have really been developed or at least gained prominence during the pandemic. Another example of where maybe a technology kind of got accelerated is the classroom response systems. I think we talked about Kahoot, Mentimeter, WooClap. We had a number of users of these systems prior to the pandemic, but they were kind of there were far and few in between. But now I think this has become kind of a commonplace tool. And I think this will stay. I think people, I've kind of gone back to the classroom. I still use WooClap, and students like it. So that was kind of a surprise, and I think that's an interesting, benefit I think we've had from the pandemic. The other surprising thing was students want the classroom recordings. That was something that I really had not expected. I was like, and it came back in all of the surveys, and I saw it from you as well. They like to have these recordings, and I think maybe what we heard today was one of the best explanations. It kind of allows them to enjoy the real classroom, experience with more confidence, because they say, if I didn't get it now, I don't have to be nervous. I can always go back to it later. So maybe it's more an element of confidence, but so I think, we at SMU, we're definitely thinking about, okay, is that something we need to consider where actually all the classes are being recorded at all times? And the technology makes it possible. I think the other thing we've seen is that, we had a number of these international courses emerge, right? So you have kind of students from all over the world, maybe speakers from all over the world. It helps us in claiming that our students getting global exposure. That was not easy to do in the pandemic. But I think these courses are also here to stay, because if you kind of look at the affordances of Zoom, and then the collaborative tools that are going online as well. We saw Miro, I think being presented today as one of the ways that you can do storyboarding online. So that combination, I think, will make that we'll have a number of these kind of global courses, become part of the curricula. Then, kind of the maybe one minor kind of or something that we tried that didn't really work very well is the online proctoring of exams. I don't know about your institutions, but we had a number of issues there, and that made it actually, so I don't think we're going to do that moving forward. But then kind of the final kind of positive one I would say is we had discussion forums before, but I think there's a number of and people have definitely started to looking for more asynchronous discussion forums as a way to individualize, personalize learning. And I kind of the one discovery for me was a tool called Piazza, where students can actually collaborate on answers to other students' questions that they may even post anonymously. So there's more and more features in these kind of online Q&A forums that I think will may lower the barrier for some students to ask questions, and then they can collaborate on answers to questions asked by students. And so I think that's something that we'll see more of in the future as well. So a lot of interesting learning points from the pandemic.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, looking at our experience as well, even with the e-proctoring, so we do run into a bit of problem issues with that. But then we saw there is actually a potential that we can actually move that forward. So before we move on, I would like to invite Leng to share her comment or a reflection. So Lynn, please introduce yourself, where are you from, and over to you.
Sorry. I'm coming from Australia where it's actually nearly dinner time. So so if I'm looking a bit tired and exhausted, it's also freezing in Sydney today. So I've got a puff. I started the day out looking like I was coming to a conference. I'm now in a puffer jacket because it's so cold. But it was one of I think that what we're really talking about here, and Levin, it was lovely to hear you talking about those affordances and how it's really changed. And I think just listening to the conversation of people sort of saying, well, I'm not a tech expert and how do I get the help? And one of the things that, and this is actually how Levin and I originally connected, right, was because if you think about what you want to do with your students, there's always some piece of technology that will enable you to do that. So rather than stressing about the how, think about, for us, we've really focused on doing the what and then finding the ways. And I always say every tool that you've got's got things hidden in plain sight. So we use Moodle. I'm at the University of New South Wales. And now I've got all this automated feedback that comes from a tool in Moodle that my students are getting this very personalized message after each assignment on how they're actually tracking against the course, what resources they could go and access to do better, et cetera, et cetera. So and earlier today I was talking about H5P, and very interested in your comments, Levin, about Azar. I'm going to be hitting you up to find out a bit more about how to get access. And I think it's about that shared thing of, I have this problem or challenge, who's got a piece of technology? Once you've learned it, it's pretty easy to then go forward, and rather than making it feel overwhelming, think about the affordances, as Levin says, that students can now be in the class knowing that they don't have to worry if they miss something. It doesn't matter if they're sick or if they're not able to travel. It's more inclusive, what we're doing now. I think that, I mean, I've been teaching online for 16 years. So what I'm really seeing is that at very little cost, and I always say that my goal is little to no cost. If it doesn't come as part of something I've already got, I'm not going to go and try and get a grant to get it. There must be something I can do with what I've got. And that's really shaped and changed how we've been teaching. We also have to recognize that with innovation, you might get a drop in students SAT because it's new. But when you look at the qualitative data, you're actually seeing that, no, they're very happy, that they love what you're doing. And so we've actually got to look beyond the traditional measures, and we've got to be brave to make those innovations happen. So it was just an observation or comment, rather than people feeling overwhelmed or feeling they need the university, you know, all these big resources. Sometimes just sort of saying, well, this is the problem. Is there something I've got, if I go looking, with no cost, but actually can solve it really quickly, and it can actually evolutionize your teaching, I think. But thank you for the opportunity to say that.
All right, thank you, Lynn. So I would like to allow our panels here to respond, if you have any response to that. Okay, so
I mean, maybe I'll start here, but so I will definitely thanks Lynn for the tip on you know, what's available in Moodle. You know, I think all institutions are now also probably reviewing their LMSs and see, you know, kind of what has become available recently, because, you know, obviously a lot of it's moving fast, and we are, you know, I'm going to share that soon. You know, we are definitely looking forward to this kind of automated feedback and plug into that. But yeah, I mean, I definitely liked what you said. You know, it kind of, you can almost assume that it's possible with the technology that's available. And so, yeah, the main question really to ask is kind of, you know, what do I want to do with my course? How do I want to improve things for my students? And then go look for how you can do it. Yeah, thanks for that.
I like what she said, be brave to innovate with whatever you have, which is very true. I think 2 years experience in online teaching and learning, we have been subscribing to various commercial platforms and so on. Now I think there is much more interest to see what is already in the institution and how we can improve it, as Leven mentioned just now, how to make it much more personalized. It happens also in Universiti Malaya. I'll share with you what we were going to do. And also to be, I like the word, the brave enough to innovate. and I think that it is very important. I think all the academic staff are now have gone through the fear of technology. They are now reaching forward to find what else I can do to innovate and to do much more with my students. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I like to support this idea as well, because we all have the experiences during the few years right now, and I think most of us has confidence in using the tools to teach online, even though the student they are enjoyable, right? But the thing is that how we can move forward, how we can control the situation, how we can design the way we teach, the way they learn to be exactly we want and they want, as the student want as well. This is I think the next important part that we have to use it with the quality right now.
All right, thank you very much. So now we go into round 3. So for round 3, Farah will answer first, followed by Leven, and then Dr. Nopo will go last. So the question is, as what we sort of started to allude to before, moving forward, what are the plans that you or your institution is working right now to further enable personalized learning for students? Farah?
Yeah, thank you, Zahi. There are a number of efforts that are going on simultaneously. Okay, so one is to make our learning management system here in UM, we call it Spectrum, much more personalized, okay, by students and also by the lecturers. We have started project on, we already have the H5P, many features. Actually, Dr. Zahi is the expert in using this Moodle-based platform. So and training our lecturers to use it more. Other than that, we also do want to start looking into students with disabilities, and we wanted to create some kind of like a button or an automated system where the LMS itself will notify the lecturers if there are any students with disabilities in their registered course, so that the lecturers are more aware of what's going on. What we wanted to do is that once the lecturers are aware of who their students are, they are able to think of ways, perhaps to make their teaching and learning deliver in many formats to help support the students' needs. And we also have already started a project, if I can say, like a diagnostic tool or a pre-assessment for the students, where we wanted to know more about their learning styles, their preferences, and so on. And all these informations will be stored in database, and then the institution can have access to it. You can analyze the data and do a lot of innovative teaching and learning there. And we have also embark into the idea of flexible curriculum. Okay, I think one of the characteristics that we have discussed earlier is to give the students the flexibility of or array of choices for them to choose. So we have introduced what we call student holistic empowerment, or SHE courses, where students from other academic programs can take courses from another academic program. For example, students from business school, they can take courses from the Islamic studies school, and vice versa. So this make the students much more developed holistically. They have much more experiences in many areas. So we also have launched our online education programs, and we have moved from blended learning to open and distance learning. This will run soon. And we do remote learning where students from perhaps international students who cannot join us as a physical student, they can simultaneously learning with the students on site, on campus. Okay, and we have since last semester deliver our instructions as hybrid learning. So we have a group of students on campus and students online, and they are interacting with each other. And what we have been aggressively doing right now is moving towards open education, where we kind of offer our courses and to the online learning platform using the MOOC, the massive open online courses, as well as the micro credentials, and that's what we are looking forward to. You can look into this website, futurelearn.com. This is the official platform for University Malaya to offer our MOOC courses, and soon we are going to offer our micro-credential courses. So we wanted to be one of the institutions who have offered this in the future. Thank you, Zahir.
All right, so Leeman, you go next.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so kind of looking forward, let me just share, a few of the plans that SMU has that I think are related to personalized learning. So one is, you heard about our blended learning. So I think that's where we allow, instructors that previously had 3 contact hours, to reduce that to 2 in-class contact hours, and then 1 hour of online learning, which they can fill in, kind of they can choose how to fill that in, but they have to, right now they have to make a proposal, and we review it before they get approved. So we want to make sure that the student outcomes or the students benefit from this. But a lot of it, I think, will be around self-paced learning with video lectures, combined with then, quizzes, and then these question and answer forums, so that the students don't feel like they're alone with the materials. And that they get feedback from the tools themselves or from peers, as I mentioned with the Piazza tool, or from instructors. And I think, this will also avoid some of the repetitiveness that instructors face when they have to, teach. We have fairly small class sizes, and so, you heard Patrick talk about, previously having to teach something 5 times a week. So that is going to be improved for the instructors as well. So that's a major program that we have. We are trying to build a student progress dashboard. So where students are getting feedback on their more aggregate feedback on their graduate learning outcomes, and so that we can then tie that with prescriptive recommendations on the kind of I think courses that Dr. Farah was talking about, where you say, okay, if I'm still maybe not as good in critical thinking, then I can take an additional course there. And so you kind of chart that individual learning path for the student by giving them kind of aggregate information that's assembled across the different courses, and perhaps even with peer feedback. So we're setting up a module so that students that have substantial group projects, receive feedback from peers on their various skills, and that will all go into the student progress dashboard. But that's, the hard part is the assessment, right? So how do you really assess students in courses or outside courses on some of these skills? But we're plugging along, and we're making progress, and I think we're going to make it happen. Then, just a few examples of how we think technology may play a role. So one idea we have is around personalized learning feeds. So we're working with our library to see if we can, based on a student's interests, and as much as we can learn about the student, we would give them kind of a personalized learning feed, based on new materials that come into the library. And then, finally, I think we will continue to develop simulations, games. I think that, that there's kind of a boost for that. With our blended learning program, I think we'll see more instructors developing these digital resources, virtual reality, immersive learning experiences. I think, that there might be, we don't have to, suture, wounds, but we still, we might have a, like a boardroom experience where with the VR, the student have to do a boardroom presentation with other characters, giving feedback. So that's something that we see happening. And then, as I mentioned in response to Lynn's comment, I think we will see more automatic grading, automatic feedback, and so we'll be looking out for third-party tools that can help us with that.
All right, thank you, Leven. Number over to you.
Oh, thank you. I think right now we have the advantage of using the online tools for teaching and learning. And I think is the next step for the Mahidol University is that we know how to offer the online classes. And we tend to use it in other learning contexts. For example, now we are developing the credit bank system that will allow students to take some courses personally and to collect credits online, okay, from the system. And that becomes the flexible curriculum at the Mahidol University. And students can choose the subject to learn at their own convenient time and their own place. It could be used as to reskill, upskill, or some student can learn some subject upfront and keep it in the credit bank. That kind of personalized learning that I think we can take advantage out of our experience. Another thing is that the machine learning and AI for education is another thing that we are looking for. I think many universities right now is looking for something like this because it can help us learn about our students, learn about their behavior, learn about their learning development, and we can deal and serve them as a university and with the quality of learning. That is gonna be a good thing. Okay. Beside that, as I mentioned that we have the MUX, the MOOC platform, and right now it's based mainly on the video and other content that we getting used to. But another thing that we are looking for is about the practical or motor skill, some kind of psychomotor skill development in our MUX system that could help our faculty of medicine, faculty of nursing to increase the learning quality of their subjects. That is very important at the Mahidol University. The thing that we trying to focus right now is AR, VR in the medical school, because it is necessary for them to practice the medical skill, the practical skill. And I think the technology is, I think it's good enough right now and it's practicable. So we are looking for the software and we are looking for the developer to co-working with the university. Okay. For the teaching and learning development, I think designing online course with a good online pedagogy still needed to be addressed in the university. And we plan to do the training for our instructors every year. The teaching laboratory or practical skill in learning, online learning environment is the thing that we have to solve. And the most important thing is peopleware, because we have to develop our instructor and supporting staff to be able to promote this kind of learning environment. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nopot. So I can see that from our previous round just now, there is a lot of exciting new things that's been planned and operated at various level in our 3 different organization institute. And if we look back at the second round of questioning about the way that what are the lessons that we see from the pandemic, and then how we move forward. I think that the key word here is actually capacity building. So, and the pandemic actually accelerated that capacity building, and we are now looking at the fruits of that, where when we do the training for our educators in different technological tools, in different ways of delivering the pedagogy, and looking at the pedagogy, and then finding and matching the technology that can support it, we can see that it is becoming like a you can see the light bulbs. So that's I'm saying, and we can see that people are finding new ways of using those technology to deliver a more rich student experience. I wanted to share one project of that, where when we created when UM created the project, the RLO project, the ACoRD project, we get a feedback from one of the educators saying that from this one reusable learning objects, they see the potential of actually reusing it in many other forms, and that have not occurred to them before. So they thought if you do one thing, you can use it for one thing. Actually, when you do one object, especially the open educational resources, you can actually then repurpose it into many contexts, which I think that is sort of the silver lining that Professor Zurainawati was talking about this morning in her keynote. That is the way that we sort of look at the new possibilities from what we can do. And I think it is important for us to have this sharing session, because we see that, like for example, SMU have your own project, which is different from what Mahidol is doing, and different from UM is doing, and the continuous sharing with the 3 different institutions, and of course people from around the world, our collaborators from like University of New South Wales, Leng, and then people from maybe that we have not heard before, people from Philippines and people from Indonesia. So that is, I think, something that we must look forward to. Okay, so to not this becoming my my panel session, I'm supposed to be the moderator here. So I think we don't have time for the audience question, but I would like to invite all panels to have a summary. So your last words to summarize this topic, which is the lessons learned pointing at supporting the implementation of personalized learning. So I would like to go back to the order of the first round. So Leven will go first, and then Dr. Nopal next, and then Dr. Farah to close it.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Zari. I'm just very excited about the way forward. So I think we are on the right track with looking at technology enhanced personalized learning. I think that's where the action is going to be moving forward. I agree with you fully that days like this are just immensely beneficial because we sometimes, in the areas that we work in, whether, in teaching and learning innovation, sometimes, within one institution, there's not that many people that are really spending, time to develop faculty and do the things that are needed to boost these programs in an entire institution. And so it can sometimes feel a bit lonely. And so at a day like this, I don't feel lonely anymore. And so it's really great to have this sharing happen. And I would, just invite, our audience here today from the various institutions, write us an email at AUN-TEPL@smu.edu.sg. If you're interested in participating in any way in contributing, we'll be obviously sharing more information about our plans for the coming 3 years. But at a minimum, we will be having the symposia, the webinars, if you have suggestions for your own sharing. But as hopefully there'll be other projects as well where we can collaborate. Please feel free to send us your ideas. Yeah.
Over to you, Dr. Thanapon.
Thank you. I think I have been working in the educational technology for years, for a long time, and I think in these 2 or 3 years, it's very popular that we all have a chances to experience the technology for teaching and learning. And I think it is a good way for us to move forward, and we pick up our experiences during these 3 years, and we can go ahead with the use of technology and to use it more personalized to our learners. I think it is a good opportunity for Mahidol University as well, that we were able to join the AUN-TEPL projects, and we have chance to contribute in many activity of the network. I would like to use this opportunity to thank you, Levin, and thank you, Farah and that we have provide us the good experience along with these 3 years. And I would like to tell our participants that this is a good community, this is a good network that you can join and you can take the benefit from.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. And over to you, Dr. Farah, for your closing remarks and summary.
Closing remarks. Okay. I wanted to go back to the first question that Dr. Zahir asked, which is the definition of personalized learning. And if you still remember, I said that it's important to give priority to human first, and the human that we talking about is actually the students, because whatever we do in the institution level is just for the benefit of the students. However, I think we may overlook one aspect, which is the student readiness. Are they actually ready to be bombarded with all these personalized learning efforts that we are doing? Okay, why I'm saying this? Because in one of my research with students who are in the MOOC environment, so who are learning through MOOC, we found that the students are actually not ready. Okay, they are not ready to learn or to know how to learn. One of the skills that they are still lacking is the self-regulated learning skills. Okay, and there are several, I think if I'm not mistaken, 9 strategies of self-regulated learning. Some of them is time management. Some of the students don't know how to manage their time correctly, and also to get help, help-seeking strategies, and to realign their goals with the current trends and so on. So our students still need to be trained or still need to be guided, facilitated on how to embrace all these personalized learning efforts that we are doing. Also through experience, some of the students are in doubt about the alternative assessments that we are trying to do. Why am I involved in this project? Why is this important? Why do I have to learn through the videos and so on? Where are all the lecturers? Why suddenly I have to do this all by myself? Okay, so it shows that they don't understand what we're trying to do. Okay, perhaps one of the things that we can do at institution level is to first brief our students that this is what we're doing, as this called personalized learning. I know this is, sounds maybe ridiculous, but sometimes they need help. Okay, so we are so excited with so many developments. Sometimes we may have forgotten our students. Okay, and by having the students ready to embrace all these new ways of learning, and especially in personalization of learning, so we hope that they can be lifelong learners, as our keynote speaker, Prof. Zorainiwati, mentioned just in the morning. Not just seeking to complete a degree. We hope that they are much more than that. Thank you, Dr. Zahi.
All right, thank you, Dr. Farah. And we are at the 11th hour of the forum session. So I would like to conclude by first giving thanks to Leven and also SMU for leading the group, the AUN-TEPL group for the past 3 years, and then of course for UM and also for MU for taking turns to also lead the group in the past 2 years. I would like also to thank our participants who stayed with us until now, and of course we hope that the lessons and also the sharing that we get from our 3 speakers will give you ideas and will give you ways for you to innovate and for you to support the personalized learning through technology that we are trying to champion here. And of course, if please give yourself an applause for staying with us, and also and I would hope that we will be able to then get more inquiries in terms of trying to sort of get to know more about our projects, and also then looking at how we can actually leverage this forum and also this symposium to network and get more people to join our TEPL consortium, I would say. All right, so thank you very much for everyone. I would like to end the session with my personal thanks for our Leven, Dr. Farah, and also Dr. Rapol. So thank you, and I will see you again hopefully in the future.
Thank you, UM, for organizing a wonderful symposium. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zahi, for moderating our forum. And thank you to Dr. Leven, Dr. Nopal, Dr. Farah for the very, very insightful discussion. A lot of great ideas that we can try out, a lot of food for thought that we can consider. Well, as Dr. Zahi said, we are now nearing the conclusion of our symposium. And to formally conclude the 3rd AUN Technology Enhanced Personalized Learning Symposium, it's my honor to invite Universiti Malaya's Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Academic and International, Professor Dr. Yatimah Alias, to deliver our symposium's closing remarks. Professor Yatimah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good evening. Keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Zorainiwati, forum panelists, Associate Professor Dr. Leven from SMU, Assistant Professor Dr. Nopal from Mahidol University, Associate Professor Dr. Faradina from Universiti Malaya, moderators, presenters, ASEAN University Network colleagues. It is a great pleasure to be here with all of you today at the Asian University Network Technology Enhanced Personalized Learning AUN-TEPL 3rd Symposium. This is the final symposium in the AUN-TEPL Symposium series after the inaugural AUN-TEPL Symposium in February 2020 and the second AUN-TEPL Symposium in November 2021, respectively hosted by Singapore Management University and Mahidol University. The AUN-TEPL Symposium series is convened to discuss and promote the use of technology-enhanced personalized learning in ASEAN higher education institutions. In this session, the symposium is hosted by Universiti Malaya with Singapore Management University and Mahidol University serving as co-hosts. The AUN-TEPL Symposium series comes from the establishment of the AUN-TEPL Thematic Network in 2019, established during the 35th Asian University Network Board of Trustees AUN-BOT meeting. The thematic network aims to foster collaboration amongst ASEAN universities in order to improve student success through technology-enhanced personalized learning. The AUN-TEPL thematic network is chaired by Singapore Management University with its co-leads Mahidol University and ourselves, Universiti Malaya, the steering committee of the network. The Universiti Malaya is very proud and honored to be part of this thematic network. The third AUN-TEPL Symposium was originally planned to be carried out in a hybrid setting. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic situation in Malaysia, the committee decided to proceed with the symposium fully online as a precautionary measure against the pandemic. The pandemic COVID-19 is also one of the reasons why institutions are emphasizing on teaching and learning through technological means and by using personalized learning methodologies. The situation really pushed institutions and academics to come together to provide the best possible online learning experience for students. So after more than 2 years of struggles, brainstorming and experimentation, it is hoped that we have, in one way or another, succeeded in boosting personalized learning for our students and with our students in mind when we do our delivery and assessment planning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that today has been a fruitful exchange of ideas from our speakers. I believe we have gained much knowledge, not only limited to the symposium theme of personalized learning, but also other aspects of educational digital transformations and innovations in personalized learning practices. The sharing by our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Zoraini, emphasized the importance of lifelong learning for the skill development of students. It is definite that higher education institutions are responsible for contributing to such a cause. We hope that the thematic network established is able to aid in the collaboration between AUN members to foster much more knowledge, exchange, and best practices. In addition, we also witnessed the forum by a group of established lecturers from the 3 co-organizing institutions on supporting the implementations of personalized learning. To conclude my speech, I would like to thank the Universiti Malaya team as well as the co-organizers, Singapore Management University and Mahidol University for their commitment and efforts. Despite being a virtual event, the organizing teams are able to work together remotely and have succeeded in making this event a meaningful one. On behalf of the management of Universiti Malaya, I sincerely hope that all parties will keep up the spirit we share today for the betterment of technology-enhanced personalized learning in order to provide meaningful education to our students and future generations. Thank you and wassalam.
Thank you, Professor Yatima, for your closing remarks, formally concluding the third AUN Technology Enhanced Personalized Learning Symposium. Colleagues and friends joining us on Zoom and on YouTube, we hope the symposium has been a fruitful one for you. And before we say our goodbyes, we'd like to make a small request if you could kindly share your feedback via the link provided in the chat. We also invite you to visit our AUN-TEPL website to join our community, utilize our freely available TNL resources on Merlot, perhaps share your own resources, or even initiate a new TEPL project. And on behalf of University Malaya and our symposium co-organizers, Singapore Management University and Mahidol University, thank you to all of you who stayed on to the end, and thank you for your amazing attendance today. Till we meet again in future AUN-TEPL events, we wish everyone all the best in your TEPL explorations and all your teaching and learning endeavors. Have a great day, everyone. Goodbye.